Hey, good morning, everybody. Just having another chill morning. First time in a while that I've kind of woken up early. Woke up at 6 a.m. Now it's around 7:30. Texted me on Instagram. That's good. I don't really check those though. Yeah, getting ready for some more drawing this morning. Then I might go straight into it, or we might take a break. But I need to get going with some Blood Furnace in World of Warcraft: The Burning Crusade. But I want to make sure that first thing in the morning, start my stream, do some drawing. I think drawing is a very important endeavor for me right now. Doing art, channeling a lot of the really intense emotions that I've been experiencing lately. A lot of things I am not sure if I should talk about them on stream or not, but then I realized that, my stream I built it so that I could have a space to process things. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's like some kind of, truth-telling, divulge all information 100% of the time about every element of my life kind of place. But it does mean I feel like it's a place I can process things. And hola, Javimo. So processing is different than talking about 100% of the talking about details or drama. Yeah, sometimes that is helpful. Especially if it's like a very specific thing. And especially if it's like something that involves a lot of like really intricate details. Some things are more kind of clinical. I had a really traumatic experience yesterday. That's why I didn't stream yesterday. I was having a really tough day, and obviously it's like I've been streaming a lot lately, and having a day just to myself, it ended up backfiring. I thought it was going to be relaxing. I thought it was going to be, a day I could have to just stay away from, my stream, stay away from social media and all that, and it ended up actually getting worse. I ended up scrolling. I had some really heavy negative emotions from some things that are just like, it feels like my world is crashing down around me. And you look like Billie Eilish. She's really pretty. I just I hate how there's people in my life who don't seem to see everything. Like, obviously I have people who are directly involved in my life clinically, who are very much like they're involved in the processes that I'm in. Big dog, corn dog. So obviously I have like people that, um, I have like people that are obviously directly involved in like my clinical support and stuff like that. But then there's people in my life, it seems like they only see like snapshots of my life. And I feel like they're living in a completely different world. When it's like it's hard when you're on the outside looking in at something, especially something that's like all the work that I've done. I haven't even shared everything with my stream. Okay? And so like when it comes to my stream, like I share a lot here. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I share everything here, but there's a lot of progress that's happening behind the scenes, but there's people who are directly involved with that, people on my support team. They all know that I am doing exceptional work to improve my life by even reaching out to them. Like, that's significant. You have to think about it. Like, how many people out there need help but refuse to get help? You've ever met somebody like this in your life, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know that there's people in your life who have an addiction or have some kind of issue. They have anger issues. They have some kind of issue. And everybody around them is telling them to get help. Well, I'm the person that got help. But not everybody's going to see that. And I guess that's fine. I'm not going to expect everyone to be like, it's my storyline, right? Like, it's my quest. Like, if you want to think about it in video game terms, it's not everyone else's quest. I'm not the main character. But I understand that. But it's frustrating when you have people like my dad, who just completely derails, like on a daily basis, every single progress point I make. And it's like, why are you getting in my way? When I am trying to get help, I am trying to improve my life, and there's a person who is actively trying to tear me down. And I know what it is. It's because he's going to lose the only support that he has. And I just me being here is like some human to be a part of his bullshit. And as soon as I move out, he's never seen me again. And I'm the last person in the family that's ever... I don't want to get into all this personal details, but chess 1v1. I don't know who Goofy Jen is. I don't know why they'd want to play chess with me. So anyway, I had an appointment yesterday. I have talked about this a little bit on stream. I've been going through a very frustrating, very traumatizing, draining process to have an ADHD screening, because I have autism that's very documented. I have direct support for that. I have a developmental disorder, and it's documented as a disability due to how extreme it's affected my life. And it took multiple years of effort to get a judge to declare that as a disability legally, and to get SSI for that, which is a monthly payment to help me have an income so I could try to improve my life. And anybody who receives SSI knows that that's not even anywhere near the end of it. You barely get enough to survive, and it's not really enough to get you out into the world. And if you even try to improve your life, you risk losing your benefits. I'm in a different kind of situation where it's very unlikely I would lose my benefits. But I connected with a regional center, which are funded, like state funded, or federally, I don't know if they're federally funded, it's probably both, agencies throughout California, well, actually throughout the country, but this is a California North Bay Regional Center. Peter Puffing, what? Who's a Peter Puffing boy? Are there Peter Puffing boys in the chat? Let's go, you guys. All the gays in my chat. There are gay guys in my chat? Well, welcome. Love you. Hey, Cunningham. SSRI. Well, it's like SSI. I mean, it's like a monthly payment. Yeah. SSRIs are drugs. You mean SSI or SSDI? But look like you can use some sleep. I got like 10 hours of sleep. That's too much sleep. And then the day before I got 12 hours of sleep. That's too much sleep. I've been sleeping a lot. I'm just waking up. I'm having my coffee, bro. Come on, chill. Don't get in the way of a woman and her coffee. You won't like the results. Are you bumping that? What? Lavender Coochie? Lavender Coochie? Are you talking about me? Am I a lavender coochie? Maybe. Slay. So I mean, I don't know if I smell like lavender, but I know I smell pretty damn good. I've been told by somebody who put her face in my coochie. So, I was told I smell delicious and taste delicious. So anyway, that's all there. Let's kind of not talk too much about that. You're so beautiful. Well, thank you, El Camino. 10 hours of sleep. Yeah, I mean, everybody wants sleep, and then people. I think the biggest thing that gets in the way of sleep is using our phones. I constantly have to just put my phone across the entire room. It's like, it's so easy to grab your phone. It's good that it's there for when you need it. There's sometimes where it's like you need an absolute tire fire of an escape. But you don't need that 24/7. Caitlyn Jenner? What does she have to do with me? I'm not her. I'm a different chick. Anyway. I've been going through this process. I'm connected with North Bay Regional Center, and I have all these specialists. It's taken forever. It's been a 1.5 year process. It's actually been a 2.5 year process. It took 6 months. I don't even know how long. It took 8 months or something just to get the interview, just to have the intake process to get into North Bay Regional Center. It took a year from referral to interviews to the paperwork to the intake to the they had to do a formal autism screening when I had already had the diagnosis and the disability declaration, but they needed their own assessment, which it was also pretty hard, but I got through it. And so I have to basically go through that again because they didn't screen for ADHD. And it's not necessarily whether or not I have ADHD or just autism or ADHD, or none of that matters. The only reason I'm trying to get this diagnosis is because I have an issue with executive dysfunction. It's a problem with people who are autistic, but it's also a problem with ADHD. There's overlap, and I may have ADHD, which means that medication might help. And so I'm getting a screening. Because obviously they don't want to give medication if it's going to make things worse. I don't want to make things worse, but I'm pretty sure I have ADHD. But at the very least, I have executive dysfunction, which is, that's the root of the problem. It was explained to me by my former case coordinator, care coordinator at North Bay Regional Center. It was told, she was explaining it as executive dysfunction, especially like for autistic people. It's like if somebody paid you $100 to hold your hand on a burning stove. Like most of you might say, oh, hell yeah, I'll do it for less than $100. You don't understand. 3rd-degree burns, like, you have to hold your hand on a burning stove and give yourself permanent skin and possibly nerve damage. Do you understand? Like, even if it was only for like enough to just give you a 3rd-degree burn or whatever, like or whatever degree burn, like, you know, a temporary burn, you know, that's still, it's gonna blister, it's gonna hurt, you're not gonna be able to use your hand. Like, it doesn't matter that they're paying you money. They're paying you money to do something that causes pain, and sometimes it could even cause irreversible harm. And that's what executive dysfunction is. And it could be even, it could, yeah, I mean, it would have to be enough money to base, I mean, like, you're gonna lose, you can, if you could damage your hand permanently for like an amount of money, like what amount of money is going to make up for permanent damage to your body? Like, you're gonna be disabled, you're not gonna be able to use your hand. You know, it's like, that's like, we're getting a little too specific with that analogy, but I'm just trying to illustrate a point. It's not always one-to-one in that clean cut like that, but executive dysfunction is something that you know you have to do something, you tell yourself to do it. It's even something that is a huge part of your identity. It's a huge part of who you are, but you still just don't do it. And it's like, you need to check the mail and you haven't checked your mail in a week. You need to do the laundry. You haven't done the laundry in months. I did a load of laundry after like a month or 2 or 3 of not doing laundry. I bought new underwear the last time, you know, I did laundry since then, but, you know, to do a load of underwear, but I was out of clean underwear that I was, maybe I shouldn't share this on stream, but I think I already did, at some point. It got to the point where I bought new underwear at Walmart instead of doing laundry because I needed clean underwear, and I was re-wearing old, like I would rotate underwear. I do these kind of things. I know it's disgusting, but I do these kind of things. I'm not ashamed. I mean, I guess I do feel shame, but like, I think that like a lot of people don't understand how many people out there, I'm not unique. There's a lot of people out there that never share these kind of things. And I think it's like, there's a lot of people really suffering privately. And when you're rotating your underwear by putting it in like the sunlight so that it can, like, you know, get somewhat clean, and then you rotate it to like an underwear that you had out there, like you set them in the sun so that they, you know, like, or like in a warm spot, like in like the sunlight or whatever, so that it gets some kind of like cleaning, and you rotate between your underwear and you don't do laundry. Like, do you understand how bad this is? Like, I leave stacks of dishes. I haven't had a real job. I never had a real job. Like, I've always like worked like a fast food job or something, and I did that until like at part-time, or even for a while I think I did have full-time work, and it's not enough to live on. What the fuck is going on? It beats me. Yeah, no amount is worth to damage yourself. Like, if I'm gonna suffer like permanent damage from something, like, it better be worth it. Like, there's times when you need to damage something in order to fix something. Like, that's why they do like surgeries and stuff, right? They have to like cut you open and you get scars, but it's to like replace an organ or something like that. Like, or I mean, to repair an organ. Like, you know, so it's like, tomorrow is Vaseline. Oh, Valentine. Same thing. Who cares? Exactly. Shut up, dude. What the fuck? Why are you here? Why are we here? Just to suffer. No, seriously, the reason I'm getting through this is because that's why I'm getting this ADHD screening, because I need help. I have the autism diagnosis. I have the regional center services. It's been extremely glacially slow. I'm not the only person to have this experience. It is a very, unfortunately, common experience with people getting help from these regional centers. The people who need the most help are just being put through bureaucratic tape. People who need housing, and I'm on housing lists, and they're trying to find me a mentor home to get me out of this horrible situation where I'm basically a prisoner of my environment. And I don't want to relive this, but basically I'm trying to explain that yesterday I spent the entire day trying to remain calm for this phone interview, and she called me, and I was just so traumatized that she had to end the session and we had to reschedule. I mean, Jason, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Have you not been listening? I am literally involved with 12 different professionals. You're asking me to get occupational therapists. You're asking me to get help. This is literally that I am getting help. Do you this is why I'm upset. Do you understand? It's because I'm the person that actually got to go get help. I know that a lot of people on the internet have a hard time believing this about people, but I know why you feel the way you feel, because most people you see on the internet are just crying and talking about things because they're refusing to get help. I am not one of those people. I am literally directly involved with multiple professional agencies deliberately trying to solve my problems on a regular basis. I check in with them every week. Okay, that's why I'm upset, is because I have been doing this for years and there has been no change to my situation. That's why I'm mad. I'm not mad just because this is why I'm talking about why I didn't stream yesterday. I was so worked up. I needed to take time away from the stream. I couldn't be in public. I don't understand why people think that I'm one of those people that's just going on the internet. I know that you're used to people who are just self-diagnosing and just talking about things and just complaining about things. This is real. Okay, this is systemic problems. This is me deliberately asking for help for 6 years. And only about a year and a half ago, finally getting some amount of help. And then they have been delaying my progress for a year and a half. These people that are supposed to be helping people like me, I am working my ass off trying to stay in line, trying to work with all these people. I'm not abandoning them. I'm not giving up. Most people give up. Okay, I check in with them every week. I have multiple people I talk to and work with. You don't understand. I am literally the person that is getting help. People say, you need help, you need help, you need help. I'm the person that actually did it. Me. The person that a lot of these people complain about. The person that all the people tell, saying, oh, this person is mentally ill. This person needs help. I am that person getting help. You don't understand how frustrating that is. When you are the person, when most people in life refuse help, most people ignore their problems, most people just go through their entire life thinking they're okay, and they refuse to see a therapist, they refuse to do anything. You have no idea how much I've been through. And I am getting help, and it's not changing my situation. Do you understand? Get help. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'll be okay. I mean, I'm getting help. I'm autistic. I'm permanently disabled from a developmental disorder from that. And I know a lot of people are misinformed or misunderstanding or extremely misunderstanding about what makes me disabled. So a lot of people say, oh, well, I know autistic people. They work a full-time job. They're doing just fine. You know, they're earning 100K a year. It's like, because they had resources I didn't have. Do you understand that if you need help and you're not getting that help properly, then why would you blame that person for not being as strong as somebody who did get help? Like, these people had mentorship at a young age, maybe. They had supportive environment. Maybe they had wealthy family. Like, you don't understand how many resources these people have that allowed them to not become disabled. So, like, I know that autism alone, isolated and on its own, does not make somebody disabled. But I'm telling you, okay, I'm telling you, I have clinical diagnoses. I have literal, like, state-defined disability legally. Do you understand how hard that is to actually get that legal status? It's terrifying that I had to go this far. But do you understand how real this is? I know a lot of people on the internet, they see somebody talking about mental illness and they roll their eyes. I'm trying to tell you this. I am the person that is getting helped. But there is bureaucratic red tape. It is glacially slow. I am not getting the help I need. They are working behind the scenes and it is frustrating, and I'm trying to trust them. It's hard, but what else? What other hope do I have? I already did everything I can, and nothing more I do is going to make a difference. And I had this doctor try to cheer me up by saying I'm in the 98th percentile of intelligence because of all the testing we did. I'm in the top 78th percentile for geospatial intelligence. But like, I'm in the 98th percentile of intelligence. That means out of 100 people, I'm among 2 people as intelligent as me. Like most people are below me. That doesn't mean I'm better. I'm just saying that apparently that's where my intelligence is. I already knew I was intelligent. I've known I've been intelligent since I was 5 years old, when I was analyzed by the school system and held up to an insanely high standard that caused lifelong trauma. And punished for behavior that was because of autism, but it went and instead of getting diagnosed, they punished me. And being online, uses social media only exacerbates. Okay, like, you don't get it. You know how many times I have tried doing different things to change my situation, involving leaving social media? You know how, like, often I have tried all these things? You have no idea. You are so behind. You have no idea how ahead of you I am. I have gone through these things. I have gone through these thoughts. I have gone through these changes. I have done all of these things. And the same conclusion is that I need to do something different. Yeah, I do get a disability check. That's what I've been talking about. I am significantly better than I was 6 years ago. So clearly there's a proper way to use social media, because I have been using my stream. I have been using social media as a way to try to escape this problem, and it's been helping. Get a PhD? Yeah, just get a PhD, bro. Exactly. You don't understand. Yeah, obviously I have friends to talk to. I don't know why people think that just because I'm talking on social media that I'm doing this instead of real help. Like, I don't understand. I'm coming here as an after. Like, I'm explaining this because it's my stream. Do people really think that this is all I do? Like, do you think that you only see me on stream, that this is all I do? I have like 12 professionals. I have friends. I have some family. You don't understand how connected I am to healthy support. Like, why do you think I've been better than I was 6 years ago? Like, you don't understand. I am doing something right. I know that. I'm not trying to overhaul everything and just give up on everything. I'm drinking coffee, bro. Why would you want to brush your teeth right after drinking coffee? There's acids in your teeth. You don't want to brush your teeth right after coffee. I'm not saying they're trolls. See, this is the thing. It's so easy to say, fuck the trolls. They're not trolls. They're just misinformed. They might not be bad people. Most of the time, people who misunderstand things are actually not bad people. They could potentially be, they're just good people who don't understand the situation. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm trying to explain the situation. Obviously, if you're gonna come into somebody's stream and tell them to improve their life, then you should at least listen to me explain. It's just like you're gonna come in here after me and you don't even know the full story. My teeth are yellow? Dude, I'm drinking coffee. Why do you think they're yellow? What's the problem? There is a problem, but I'm not asking you guys to solve it. You think this is all you do because your teeth are yellow? See, that's like a stupid false equivalency. Yes, I am autistic. What am I talking about? I'm just talking about why I wasn't live yesterday. Okay? Because I was trying to take time off of social media. Do you understand? It's like, I was literally doing the thing that you said. I was trying to take time for myself. Dude, this track is so good. It's Heaven's Tower from Final Fantasy 11. God, that feeling when you're so thirsty and then you start taking that sip of water and it's nice and cold and you're like, fuck yeah, water. I do brush my teeth. See, I have a problem with brushing my teeth. That's another thing I was telling you about. Executive dysfunction. We must know your stance on Epstein. If you think I have like anything but a negative stance on Epstein, I feel like there's something wrong with you. Are you okay, bro? Like, if you think for a split second I have anything but a negative stance on Epstein, there's something seriously wrong with you. That's a timeout. You need a timeout, bro. Go stand in the corner. Like, if you think I have anything but a negative stance, like, are you serious? Like that's like the worst. We don't even need to. I don't need to justify it. What the fuck? like what the fuck? I don't drink alcohol. What the fuck? I said this is water. Are you guys okay? See, here's the thing. Everybody in chat who is telling me that I am like deranged or mentally ill, you guys are worse off than me. Like I am literally the person on social media that actually is getting help. Like the person that all the people tell to get help, I am literally involved in that help. Do you understand? I am literally like legally declared permanently disabled and receiving monthly checks. Not only that, I'm working with 12 different professional clinicians to get support to overcome my disability. I am involved in wait lists for housing. I am like, they're trying to find a mentor home, an FHA. I'm working with an FHA to get a mentor home where I could live in a healthier environment. Like, why are you crying? You think this is crying? Do I just have like a resting crying face? Is like, some people have a resting bitch face. Like they just look angry at all the time and that's just their normal face. If I understand you a little bit over correctly, not your words, you state, I understand you like human. Oh, yeah, El Camino. Oh, my lips and my voice. Yeah, a lot of people like my lips and my voice. I mean, a lot of people like a lot of things about me. I'm aware of these things. I wish I could take better care of myself, but I'm doing the best I can to hold myself together in this situation. Hey, SC2 Milori, welcome back. I look angry when I'm chilling. Yeah, exactly. Some people think you're about to cry or that you're angry just because it's your resting face. Like, I don't understand. People on these, I understand this about social media. I've been on social media for 26 years, okay? I'm 38 years old. Okay, I'm not new to this. Like, you guys are in chat. You understand I was where you are like 15 years ago. Like, I've been through all these kind of things that you guys are saying. I've been in people's chats. I've been in exactly where you are right now. The people in my chat, I've been you. Do you understand? I'm already past that. That's why I'm on social media as a streamer now. Because I'm trying to do something different. I'm not trying to do the same things and expecting different results. I've literally been evolving. That's why I'm trying to develop a voice as a streamer, as a content creator. Have you ever been in love? I don't think anybody's... I don't think I've ever been in love. I've had like love, but not like in love. Like, those are just... I've had infatuation and then mistook it for love. Like the normal stuff, right? I look 30. Well, it's because I do take care of myself. And the fact that I take care of myself at all, considering my situation, I think it should be... I don't know about applauded, but it should definitely be respected. You're the greatest hero in American history? I don't know about that. Jesus Christ. That's a little going too much of an escalation right there, but maybe. I don't know. It's possible. I am one of the people of all time. I'm just trying to help you guys understand where I'm at. Because I know a lot of people come in here and they just have a surface level what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. I don't know what it is. I hope you understand that I am not ignorant of the problems with social media, and I want you to understand that when I respond to chat, I am not taking it personally. And I hope you understand this, because if I didn't understand that, I would be very sick. Do you understand? Like, I hope you understand that I'm okay. I am not delusional, and I am understanding of the difference between like what people in chat say. I'm just trying to help them understand. And especially since a lot of the people in chat, especially the ones who are coming at me the hardest, they need more help than I do. And I know what they need. Because I've been there. I've been where they are. And the worst part is that the most dangerous situations are when people don't have obvious signs of problems. When it looks like they're doing perfectly fine. Those are sometimes the people who need the most help. Trying never hurts. We just gotta keep trying. Yeah. What the hell is even that? Like, obviously I'm a woman. My name is Rebecca, and I go, like, I've clearly present as female. Like, I don't understand. Like, I mean, and then people complain by people who declare pronouns. You guys can't win with these people. They say, don't talk about your gender. And then when you don't talk about your gender, they ask about your gender. Like, what do you want? Do you want me, like, I declare my pronouns on my, like, Twitter. I don't use Twitter, but, like, I'm on Twitter. It says she, her in very small text. Because I'm not, like, you know, like, trying to be, like, all out loud about basic pronouns. Which is exactly what people are asking for. They say, oh, we're tired of people declaring pronouns. And then when you don't declare pronouns, they ask you what gender you are. Like, which one do you want? You give a mic to the wrong person and this happens? I don't know what you're talking about. Is it pink? Yes. What the fuck is this? What the hell is even that? So basically, I'm trying to explain why I wasn't live yesterday. It's because I was trying to take time away from my stream and from social media, and then I ended up getting worked up, and then I started scrolling social media. This is why I stream. I stream so that I can regulate. And also, it's a way of engaging with social media where I'm creating something rather than like consuming. It's brown? I don't know what the fuck you're thinking. Are you looking in a mirror? Like, are you looking at your butthole? Jesus Christ. No, both my ass and my pussy are both pink, just to set the record straight. Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife. It's a pink sweater. Oh, this? Oh! I didn't realize I forgot I was wearing a pink sweater. I thought you were talking about something else when you said, is it pink? Forgive my sins. I can't do this anymore. Then log off the internet. Put your phone down. Jesus Christ. Don't blame me for that. I'm just doing my own thing. I'm using social media on my own terms. Why do you think I'm on live stream? I've been on social media for 26 years. I'm trying something different these past 6 years, and it's helped. That's why I started streaming on Twitch 6 years ago. I reached a point where it's like I need to do something different, and I couldn't just get rid of social media because it's all around us. And you know, yeah, like I could have. I had two choices. I had two paths ahead of me. Either I completely get off social media and be one of those people that's not on social media at all. But I don't have the kind of social connections in real life to do that. I don't have like a regular job. This is before I got all my help. So I didn't even have a monthly income. I didn't have a job really. I was trying really hard to keep a job. We don't need to go into that. I've talked about all this before. But I want to move forward. And that's why I'm telling you guys this. Is because I'm trying to get help, and I had a doctor who just set me off, and she wouldn't continue the interview, the interview process, the assessment, and we had to reschedule. And I this happens so many times, where I have like I slide into like a slippery slope of anxiety and emotional dysregulation, and I get repercussions from it. That is literally why I have been declared disabled. And when I tried to do something about it, the people who are supposed to help me, they delay things. And I'm like, I need help. This is why I need help. And it's not really happening. It is. And I need to believe that because I've been... It's been explained to me multiple times that I am moving forward. I'm not standing still. They see it. I don't always see it. Get a job. Well, I do have a job as a model. For art classes at a college. I just started. Yeah, I hope you have a great day too, Maru Baba. Maru. Only God can comfort you. God's not going to comfort shit. If anything, me and JC, me and my man JC, you got to understand, it doesn't work in the way that people want it to work. You think that God is just going to help you. That's not how it works. It's that God is there, but it's your own strength that has to get you through your stuff. And I know, like, obviously, yeah, you can go through religious texts and all that stuff, and, you know, that's great. But I'm not expecting you guys to fix all my problems. I know that it's so you guys are in my chat, you're listening to me, and you're tapping away on your keyboards. I understand that I've been exactly where you are. I have been where you are. Yeah, we're having coffee. I have been exactly where you are. You see a streamer, you want to help, and so you're going to type stuff in chat. I'm not mad that you're doing that. I'm not upset. I wouldn't be streaming if I was. I'm here because I have been through that, and I'm very tough. It does affect me being subjected to stuff on my stream, but I'm a big girl. You know, I can handle it. I've been through all these things that you guys are going through. Even the negative people. I've been negative in my childhood. I've been the type of person who argued with everybody and caused problems. Do a helicopter? No psychiatrist can fix it. What the fuck? Dude, are you okay? I'm tired. I hope you never find my channel. What an embarrassment. Well, I can just block you from my stream right now. Try meditation. I mean, like, I've tried these things. Why do you guys assume that I don't do these things? Nice, you're gay? Why do you guys just assume that I don't do these things? Well, like, I don't understand. Like, why you think that I'm just avoiding problems. I am literally explaining to you that I am doing everything I possibly can with professional clinicians. What more do you want? I am literally the person that people ask to get help. I listened. Like, I don't know what more you want from me. Like, you're asking me to get help. You're telling me to do things that I already do. Like, only I can help you? Oh, shit. Fuck. Sheesh. Well, I got lucky then. I got age in my chat. They're just trolling. I mean, yeah, they're giving unsolicited. I get it. I know that. Why do you think I'm replying to it? If I had a problem with it, I wouldn't be streaming. You understand? I understand that when I start stream, people are going to come into my chat and say things. That is literally the definition of what live streaming is. Like, do you think I'm not aware of this? Like, I'm being dramatic? No, I'd be dramatic if I was, like, punching holes in walls. Yeah, no, I mean, I've done all sorts of stuff like that. See, a lot of people seem to think that it's either one or the other. That either you get help the traditional holistic medicine way through yoga and stuff like that, which I do. But they also think that because I'm doing that I'm avoiding clinical work, or they think that because I'm doing professional clinical work that I'm avoiding traditional. Like, do you understand that I am an amazing human being who is extremely intelligent, that is like absorbing all the possible energy I possibly can around me, like Goku? Okay, I am like Goku. I am just trying to get stronger. And I don't discount things. I try things, even if they remotely might work. I have seen insanely positive results in my life. And anybody in chat who says otherwise, how do you think you know better than I do? I'm literally the one living my life. And I'm saying that my life is objectively better. And then someone in chat is like, no, it's not. Like, are you serious? Have you tried smoking weed? No, I avoid weed because I had a problem. Yeah, smoking weed and playing video games? Yeah, it works every time, bro. No. You're like Bulma? I mean, Bulma's pretty badass. You're being overly defensive, so I'm out? Good, you should leave if it's bothering you. Get off social media. I mean, like, but the people who are like okay with being in this environment we're gonna stay in this environment. You're not obligated to be in my chat. You're not obligated to say anything. You're not obligated to watch my stream. Like like you have 100% control over what you do on your phone or on your computer. Do you know Anita Hand Shop? Anita Hand Shop? I need a hand job. Hit the gym, build some arms and legs. What are you talking about? You guys assume I don't work out. Like, are you guys insane? Like, are you okay? I am autistic and I do see things differently. Like that's we're aware of this. Bruh. I should be your Valentine? Wait, is today Valentine's Day? No, tomorrow's Valentine's Day. You guys need to, like, spend your entire bank account on me. Because I'm your Valentine. Because that's what you should do with your significant other. You need to, that's what love is just one day a year, you spend everything on your bank account just for that person, or you don't love them. That's what this holiday is about. It's about spending all your entire bank account, ruining your entire life just for one day to show that you love this other person. I don't fucking know what you do with your life. Yeah, it's genuine advice. Yeah, it is good advice. I'm just saying, like, people, you think that doing things is just gonna magically solve all your problems. Like, going to the gym is not gonna fix your life. Going to the gym is going to help you improve your body, which might improve your life, but I don't know what you guys are trying to do. Nothing you guys say is going to solve my problems. I'm just trying to, like, explain my situation here. And you guys just fly off the handle. Okay. Glad I'm single? Yeah, I mean, I'm single too. I technically, I'm never single. I guess I'm married to everyone who will have me. I am polyamorous and pansexual, so I am actually pansexual. I am transgender. I am actually pansexual. I am the storm that has unbroken. You're a broke high schooler who wrestles for scholarship? Well, good. You should not buy me. That was, you got the joke. I'm glad somebody got the joke. Yeah, I don't understand why people think that loving somebody means that one day a year you spend your entire bank account on that person. I don't understand. And that means that you love them. And if you don't do that, it means you don't love them. Like, talk about insecurity. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Good morning. Good morning. This is normal for me. Do you understand? Yeah, Cillian Murphy's sister. I mean, maybe. I hope so. Maybe he could get me a job. I wish I knew somebody who had connections that could get me work as an actress. But, you know, some of us have to work for a living. Okay, so, you know, I have to actually work for it. I'm not one of those people. And obviously, even people who do have connections, you still have to work for it. Like, just getting a conversation with somebody that gives you the opportunity for work. If you get a job, it's because you deserve it. Because you earned it. Like, if you get in front of a director or a casting director and they cast you in a role, it's because you fit that role and you earned it. So somebody having connections only gets you into the room. Like, it just gives you the opportunity. And obviously some people have, and obviously you need those opportunities, but I have to look for opportunities on my own. I don't have those kind of connections. Yeah, I'm the original troll. I've trolled Asmongold. Like, you guys don't understand how deep this goes. Like, he's like my top viewer. Like, you guys don't understand. You can't bait the master baiter. I proved that wrong. Because he's not the master baiter. I'm the master baiter. Do you understand? I'm before Asmongold. He only exists because of me. Do you understand? I'm the original. But the difference is he got millions of dollars from it. I'm the one who, I actually am living his dream. I'm living off the government. I don't have a job. I'm not making money outside of that. I'm not famous. I'm doing exactly what he wants. Do you like Asmongold? That's a little bit of a complicated question. Cause I mean, I don't know him personally. I don't like his content recently, but I also know that his content is completely driven by the algorithm, and it says more about his viewers than it does about him. He's an opportunist. That's why he makes millions of dollars. I'm not gonna hate him for making money, but I don't like what he's doing now. It's really kind of sad. You gonna give conservatives panic attacks? Jesus Christ, if you get a panic attack from something that somebody said on social media, I think you need help. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, are you okay? No, I think Asmongold and I would get along. Like, I feel like we would, like, make a good podcast. Like a trans woman and Asmongold in the same room. So 2 trans women? Transmongold, let's go. You like his content? No, I think he's good at what he does. I never said that he wasn't good at what he does. So I do have some respect for him. He's very good at what he does, but I just don't like what he does. Not everybody likes pineapple on pizza, though. I like pineapple on pizza, but not everybody does. I don't like Asmon's content right now. He's the filthiest looking dude. I mean, I don't know why people attack his appearance. It has nothing to do with any of the problems he has. Like, all the problems he has, like, you're attacking the individual instead of attacking his ideas. Like, the individual is separate from their ideas. Like, you're separating, like, he is an individual human being that has been led down a dark path that needs some serious help if he ever wants to get out of there. Now, I don't think he wants to get out of there, but that's also a different problem. Where it's like he wants to be this way. And nobody's going to be able to change that but himself. So if he's okay with it, and he doesn't want to change, well then you have to look at the impact of his content. Which I don't think any individual should be held to that high of an accountability for their content. However, I think that he's adding gasoline to an already insanely dangerous fire. And I don't think he fully understands what he's doing. Only the worthy are capable. Are you aware I'm able to tongue punch my own fart box? Well, I can't do that. I'm sorry. You're more advanced than I am. No, and also he has improved. Like 10 years ago, he was like living in like apps, like, you know, like there was blood on the wall, there was cockroaches in his room. Now there's only cockroaches in his room, and there's less than there was 10 years ago. So he's doing better. Like, he got his teeth fixed. I think he's drinking water now. Like, he's doing better. Mega MAGA here. Wait. Billy Mays here. Piss bottles? No, that's that was Mitch Jones. You're getting your degenerates confused. No, piss bottles was Mitch Jones. He literally put piss bottles in the pool. Who are you calling sir? What do I look like, a captain of a starship to you? That's Miss Lauren to you. It's ma'am. Okay, so anyway. I don't know, but I've been told. When mom finds the poop sock. You do a handstand while I pee? And okay, like, that would be impressive if when you do a handstand and you pee, it still goes up. Okay? Instead of down. Do you like the underside of a boat? Slimy? I don't know what kind of conversation this is. You guys missed the entire point, okay? Like, the entire point of this conversation was I was trying to explain why I didn't go live yesterday. Okay. Like, you guys need to chill. Daddy, chill. Daddy, chill. What the hell is even that? See, this is the thing. If you come in here, into my chat, seeing me on stream, and you think for a second that I'm not okay with being live right now, if I haven't ended the stream already, I would not be here if I was not okay with this. Do you understand how in control I am of my life in that particular aspect of it? There are only so many things we have control over. Our mind is the only true thing we have control over. Now, there are things I have significantly weaker control over, but I think I've done a pretty damn good job considering that. I'm getting closer to being healed. I'm never going to not be autistic. I want to make that very clear. You can't just cure autism by hard work. Okay, like, no amount of hard work is going to make me not autistic. However, I have done significant work in spite of that. Hey dear, what's up, Drake? You're in control. You don't even understand what gender you are? Yeah, I do. Are you confused? I'm gonna give you a timeout because you're confused. Go sit in the corner and listen. Listen. I don't understand why people think that trans people are confused about their gender. We understand our gender more than 99% of the population. Okay? Everybody out there who is like cisgender, you guys are more confused than us. Like, you guys, like, you go no fat to try to make yourself have more testosterone. Do you know how bizarre that is? Like, you eat certain foods because you think it's going to give you more testosterone. You work out because you think it's going to give you more testosterone. As if more testosterone is going to fix your problems. You guys watch content creators with pit bulls that are, like, wear no shirts and smoke cigars. Because you think that this TikToker is going to fix your life because they're going to teach you how to be an alpha male. Do you understand how confused you are? The most confused are the loudest about it. They're like the loudest about how they're not confused. Like those are the most confused people. Ironically, the people who think they're okay are usually like the people who are so refusing of help that they go through all like people. It's actually a problem if you do some research into this. TRT, which is testosterone replacement therapy, and I'm talking about non-transgender people. I'm talking about cisgender people. People assigned male at birth, who identify as male, who are men. Yeah, I'm a trans woman, All Might. So TRT is becoming a real problem among men, especially men in their like late 20s, 30s, and 40s. Like, TRT is causing people to lose testosterone. Do you understand? Because when you take testosterone, you like lose your ability to make testosterone because you're replacing it. And people will take TRT without doctor's support. Like people take this stuff do you know how big of a problem among men? Like so many men think that increasing their testosterone will solve all their problems. Do you understand how insecure that is and not based in reality? And obviously if you're a transgender male, then taking testosterone is I'm not talking about trans people. That's a very different ball game. Okay, I'm talking about cisgender people who are assigned their gender at birth and identify that way. Okay, do you know how many people take testosterone, and this is mainly men, okay, are confused. They think going to the gym, they think going no-fap, they think eating some special diet, they think taking supplements, they think taking testosterone is gonna fix all their problems. And they'll watch influencers like Andrew Tate or other people like that. Yeah, it does give confidence, but it's not gonna fix your life. Do you understand? You guys, so many men think that taking testosterone is gonna solve all their problems. No, go to therapy. Broski, how are you sitting like that? Because I'm healthy. Testosterone falls by every generation. We produce less testosterone by the chemicals in food. Yeah, I mean, obviously, stuff like that can happen. However, you have control over what you put in your body. You have control over your life. But taking testosterone in the form of shot and then still living in toxicity is not going to change. You're putting your energy in the wrong things. Simply injecting testosterone into your body or taking a gel or whatever is putting a gel on your skin or whatever they do is not going to make up for all the things that you could be doing to improve your life. Do you understand? So, and then they play video games 12 hours a day. They don't listen to their partner. They think that their wife or their girlfriends are just crazy. They don't listen. They have everything through their own lens of reality. They put all their energy in external things. If I just go to the gym, it'll solve my problems. Oh, if I just take testosterone, it'll solve all my problems. Oh, if I just, go no-fap, it'll solve all my... No single thing in the world is going to solve your problems but you. Do you understand? That's not... obviously these things will help. But, I'm talking about the people who are in a different category, which is a significant amount of people. I don't know if it's the majority, but there is a significant amount of people who... I'm not saying these things should be avoided. So obviously, if you have a hormone imbalance and you talk with a doctor and you need to take testosterone or estrogen or whatever, obviously that doesn't mean you shouldn't. I don't know why people think this. So just because something can be good doesn't mean it'll be good by default. So the reason why they're good is because with that additional healthy balance, you then are able to make changes in your life. But if you don't make those changes, then going to the gym isn't going to change anything. It's going to make you healthy, physically. It's going to make you stronger. It's going to give you more clarity of thought. But if you don't use that clarity of thought for anything to actually change your life, like if all you do is like do the same shit, you think that going to the gym is going to solve your relationship problem. No, you need to go to the different gym, which is the gym of listening to your partner, like your girlfriend or your wife. Like that is the gym. But you're going to the gym for your physical health. But these people think that it's other people's problem. It's because my girlfriend is crazy. She's a drama queen. She's just making shit up. Like, no, you're not listening to your partner. That's like the basis of a relationship. Any relationship, not just romantic ones. Like, if you don't listen to people and actually try to see their point of view and maybe she's being unreasonable, but maybe she's not. Maybe you're the one who's not listening, that maybe because she has asked you to put the toilet seat down 3,000 times throughout your entire relationship and you leave the toilet seat up anyway, then maybe it's because you're not listening. Like, you're not making changes. Like, you're leaving the toilet seat up. And then these guys will be like, oh shit, I didn't know about that. Like, dude, she told you 3,000 times. You're not listening. You're not, like, respecting her, which is why she's upset with you. Do you understand? Like, these guys, they only look at the first step. But it's not about the toilet seat, okay? It's about what your lack of respect, like, is implied by you not putting the toilet seat down 3,000 times. Do you understand that if you're not even basically respecting her, it goes deeper than the toilet seat. Okay, like, it's not about the toilet seat. I don't know why so many guys fail to see this. You look at the top surface level and you're like confused. You're like, oh, I don't know why my girlfriend is talking about the toilet seat. It's just a toilet seat. Who cares? It's because it's not about the toilet seat. It's about you. That you're the kind of person that doesn't respect other people's boundaries. You don't respect that she's upset. You don't respect that she's trying to come to you to meet a compromise. You're not listening. Do you understand? She, her. Zombie fetish? Maybe. Talking about relationships? Are we talking about boundaries? Are we talking about hormones? See, it's all related. Do you understand? Like, maybe it's because I'm autistic, and you could say it's because I'm female. There is a difference in, like, thought patterns that kind of correlate more to the different ends of the gender spectrum. I have a female alignment, and I have, even before I transitioned. Like, that's kind of how I knew I was transgender. That's why it helped. It's because now I'm more aligned with my default. I was always like this. This is why so many men in my life treated me the same way that they treat women. Because I am a woman. Like, and these types of men don't understand women. They'll always talk with their friends, their male friends. They'll always be like, oh shit, bitches always be like making shit up. They're not making shit up. It's that you're not listening and respecting. Like, maybe sometimes women can be unreasonable. I get it. I've been unreasonable. Just piss on the seat? We're not going to do that. You mix things up, and a lot of the topics talked about in red pill communities. You seem to be aware of what's... Yeah, what I'm saying is there's a lot of people that... The fact that you're even calling it a red pill, you guys are identifying with a thing that doesn't define you. Like, these red pill people, they think that they are part of a community just because they experiencing these thoughts. Your thoughts are not you. Okay, your thoughts are literally just things passing through your head based on the world around you that other people have injected into you, that these corporations have injected into you. Do you understand that, like, you are on YouTube right now? Literally, that's what I'm doing. I'm injecting my thoughts into you. Now, it's kind of how humans operate. We've always been like this. Suggest you try Thailand? Red pill is fucking people's minds. Everything is fucking people. This is what I'm talking about. It's human nature. There is something wrong with it, but it is normal. It's not like abnormal. It's what our brains do. We evolved by listening to our environment, and part of our environment is other people. If we didn't do this, we would not have survived long enough to evolve the way we did. Because we have changed based on our environment. The way we are now is because of our environment, and it's because of the way our brains evolved. So basically, in order to survive, humans have evolved the ability to listen to what other people think. And because we do that, we have a default mode network, if you will, of taking in 100% of the information around us and processing it. Now, the problem is at no point in history have we ever had the density of information that is the internet. And honestly, I think AI might be the best thing that ever happened to us, because it basically filters a whole, but it's like a big giant funnel. And it takes all of human output and it puts it into a single funnel, and it drips out like piss. Okay, like that is what AI is. It takes it's a big giant funnel, and it takes everything that people say, like and it doesn't discriminate based on content. Like it could be like, PhD level analysis by expert scientists, or it could be some random dude on Twitter. Okay, like, talking about how the government made up cheese or something, that cheese isn't real. Oh shit, is cheese real? That's how people, you know who you are. In my chat right now, you heard what I said, and you immediately thought that it might be true. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Humans evolved to take in information and process it. And the problem is that there are people who are literally profiting off of this mechanism of, like, social media algorithms. But that doesn't mean that, like, you're doomed. Like, you have the ability to change your mindset. You have the ability to change the way you see it. Okay, obviously it can be bad, and it is pretty bad. Hey, what's up, Mitz? Facts, a lot of misinformation. It's not about whether or not it's misinformation. Because knowing that there's misinformation, or knowing that something is misinformation, does not change the fact that you already processed it in your brain. It affects you whether it's real or not. And I think understanding this part of your brain it's not about overcoming it. It's not about avoiding it, because if you avoid it, it's going to blindside you. If you avoid it, it's going to hit you eventually, because we live in a world where it's literally controlling our environment. You can't avoid it. It's basic survival now. You have to make a choice. Either you get so disconnected and live off grid, completely removed from society, like a monk, like a Buddhist monk, or like a Shaolin, or any kind of these like isolation communities, or you learn how to ride it like a wave. I'm one of the people that has been on social media for 26 years. I am a surfer. We used to say surf the web. I am a surfer. I'm a web surfer. You ride the wave. Now, some people are able to ride the wave in such a way that they do like tricks and shit. Asmongold is one of those people. Now, I am the person who is trying to do something deeper. And I may or may not succeed at it. But that's kind of what I was trying to get at with this conversation today. Yeah, no, I'm good that you're... See, I'm not saying... See, here, Mr. Ghostly, this is what you understand. What you're misunderstanding. You think that because I'm saying something, that I'm saying that it's either one or the other. This binary way of thinking is part of the problem. You think that because I'm talking about this problem, that implies that I think that nobody in that community is doing any good. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that the people who do have a problem have a problem. Obviously, it's like the exception that makes the rule, right? There are exceptions. Otherwise, it's not 100%. Rollo Tomasi's book, Gender Dynamics, the Difference Between Men and Women. Yeah, I mean, see, this is the... Stop calling them red pill. They are not red pill. They are humans. They're humans who have been led down a community. We are all part of a community. But you are not your community. You are an individual. Just like identifying as your community is unhealthy. You are not red pill. Honestly, I'm a transgender woman. I am not the LGBTQ. Do you understand? What game do I like playing? World of Warcraft, The Burning Crusade. We are going to get back to it. But I need to start drawing again. So we're going to start drawing soon. I started the stream and I just wanted to explain what I went through yesterday, and that it unearthed a lot of emotions, and I didn't want to bring it on stream. And so now I'm talking about it in a more healthy mindset right now. So came from somewhere. Yeah, I understand, but like here's the thing is like you're getting sucked into a community that like a lot of women find very concerning. Because if, like, you know, a lot of these men, they think that, like, oh, women don't even date women, don't respect women, don't enjoy women. Like, you know, if you're watching porn, which is, you know, like the majority of people who do porn are you know, obviously besides gay porn, people like sex workers is primarily, if you're, you know, criticizing sex workers, you're mainly criticizing women. And that's usually what these red pill communities talk about. They talk about how porn is evil and that you should avoid it because it's women tempting you. Do you understand? Like this is the root of like the anger that these types of men have against women. This is why women won't date you. Do you understand? It's because why would you want to date somebody who doesn't even respect you at a fundamental level? I have dealt with men like this my entire life. Did I say VTubing? What? I never said anything about VTubing. What? Are you single? Yes. Am I a shingle? I don't think so. Am I part of a roof? Am I a roof thatching? Are you a Republican? What do you think? Jesus Christ. I don't know what politics has to do with these things. Yeah, well, you can keep telling yourself that, Mr. Ghostly, but we're gonna move on and we're gonna get to some drawing, doing some artwork. This is why bro got 10 viewers. You know, I used to have only 2 viewers, right? Like what you thought was an insult is actually like I am making progress as a content creator. Like I've made an additional 300 subscribers this past month. Like I don't know what you're talking about. The thing that you thought was an insult is actually a flex. All right, let's get the table cam on. Like for 6 years, I only averaged like 1 or 2 viewers. Do you understand? Now I have 10 viewers. Oh, we got some Diablo music. Let's go. Okay, there we go. Fuck. Okay. You are transgressing people? What? Do you have WhatsApp? We're not using WhatsApp. I don't communicate with my audience that way. I don't communicate with my audience anyway off stream and stuff. Besides certain social media. Done talking about this. It's your choice. Good luck. I mean, like, I'm not saying, like, I don't know why you think I'm just closing the conversation. I'm just kind of moving the topic away from certain things that I find are not very productive. I don't need to learn from I don't need to learn about the red pill movement. The fact that you're calling it a movement, like, I don't understand it, man. Like, I'm talking about the people who are the problem. I'm not talking about individuals who are who are an exception from that. Do you understand? I'm talking about the people who are the problem. And so, like, I'm trying to tell you that as a woman, you meet a guy who's from these communities, it's a red flag. It doesn't mean that that individual is automatically bad. What it means is that if you're associated with that, it tells women that you're probably a danger. Because a lot of these men do not respect women, do not listen to women, don't make any changes in their actions when it's deliberately harming women, and instead think it's like, oh, well, women are just, unreasonable. Women are just overly emotional, probably just on her period. Like, this is the kind of guy I'm talking about. You understand that these guys are, like, toxic? Like, obviously there's people who aren't like that. I'm not saying that 100% of men are like this. Like, I don't know why the fuck you would get that assumption. Did you ever ask makeup advice on Reddit? I mean, I've been on social media a lot, so maybe, I don't know. I'm also on different social media platforms. You may have seen one of my videos. It's possible. It's not left versus right political. What are you talking about? This is not about politic leaning. This is about individual human behavior. It has nothing to do whether you're left or right. This is not political. This is inherently apolitical. This is literally, are you a person who is able to be trusted by women? That's it. And so if you treat women like garbage, that has nothing to do with whether you're Republican or Democrat. Like, what are you talking about? Are you insane? When our command came, we made the highest part of the city its lowest and rained upon them stones of layered hard clay marked from your Lord. See, I don't know. It's like that's some, religious text thing. I don't know what that has to do with, individual reality. See, trying to apply something external that has nothing to do with you or your specific situation or the people around you. This is what I'm saying is the problem. Is that people keep saying they're identifying as a community, which there's nothing wrong with identifying with the community. But when your behavior towards people is extremely influenced by that community instead of your own actions, people are going to have a problem with that. That's what I'm saying. All right, let's get to some drawing because this conversation is just not really being productive. Wait, what is happening here? Oh, I reset the transform. That's what happened. Wait, I don't understand why. Oh, I'm in vertical sources. Oops. I was looking at the wrong. Okay, oops. Okay, I was in the wrong sources. I was wondering why it wasn't resetting. Okay, I meant that I was wondering why it wasn't showing. It's because I was literally in the wrong source list. Okay, yeah, okay, everything's fine now. Okay, lock those sources. Okay. Okay, lock the sources. Okay. Ah! Obama? Yeah, this... Okay, get the politics out of my chat. I'm gonna put you on a timeout if you ever talk about, like, left versus right politics. Get the fuck out of here with this. We're human beings. Bring your political bullshit out of here. Even, it doesn't matter if you're on the left or right. It matters about your individual actions. They might align with left or right policies, but that has nothing to do with who you are as an individual. Like, do you understand? You used to talk on Discord, Ruby? You're Lily? Oh, well, that's okay. I mean, I'm sorry if I don't remember. Okay, wait. Oh, I did. Oh, I reset the transform. I need to. Okay, yeah, I needed to fix the transform. I forgot about that. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. And then I need to fix it on the vertical sources now because I moved it. Ah. Wait, what is going on? Oh, okay. There we go. But now, okay, that's the problem, is like, now the source... Okay, like... Wait, what the fuck? Stretch to screen. There we go. And then... Stretch to screen. What? Then why... Why is it wait? Okay, it transformed again. What the fuck? An individual to your values line more. Okay, shut the fuck up. Here's what people tend to misunderstand about people who are more on the left. When the right side is literally making policies that undermine your existence as a human being, what do you think I'm going to align with? When the other side is coming after you at 100 million miles an hour to destroy you, what do you think I'm going to align myself with? So, like, people who don't align with the left are the people who are not impacted by it. You think that it's just a matter of left or versus right. It's like, no, it's like, I'm so, shut the fuck up. Why are you here in my stream? Like, you don't have to be here. If you hate me so much, why are you here? Like, I am literally just trying to do my own thing on my stream to, you know, like, do some art and, like, talk about stuff. Like, I don't know what you want from me. You want to get in some debate? Then get the fuck out of here. You don't belong here. You're going to be blocked. This isn't a political channel. This isn't a debate bro content. Go to Destiny or go to Asmongold or go to Hassan. This isn't what this is. I don't know why you come in here wanting to get into a fight with people. Like, I just don't get it. Okay, yeah, I think I got the display fixed now. What are you drawing? Well, this is what I was drawing last night. I was trying to just put pencil to paper, make some marks, even though I was like really upset yesterday, and I still showed up. And I think that's like what's been going on lately is I've been showing up even when I don't feel too good about stuff. Okay, let's get some pencils ready. I've been doing ballpoint a lot on stream. I think it's back to doing some pencils. I need to learn some basic, I need to get back, because ballpoint is really good for certain things. It helps with commitment. It helps with understanding, like, also like different kinds of things. But if I want to understand like construction and like basic like containment, like for example, like let's make a shape here, and that's like gonna be like the main container. Let's also, let's fix this. Oh. Wait, why? What is causing this shadow? Oh, yeah, it's my microphone again. Oh, it's literally this heart thing. Let's just move that off. I've been using this for a while. Let's just put it over here. Yeah, I think it's because of the heart thing. It was making a lot of issues. And guide me on the correct path. Okay, whatever you say, bro. You know everything about my life and what I need to do. Clearly. Because you read some book. Clearly. You know everything that magical enlightenment. That you're going to change everything about my life because only you know the correct answers. Only you know the correct thing I need to do that will fix my life. Let me just give up all my personal agency and put it off into an external source that is just, general guidance about life instead of applying it directly to my own life based on my own needs and my own experience. Okay, whatever. How about before we move on to the main drawing, let's do some, I need to do some basic, kind of skeletal structure here. What is going on with the lighting? I think, need more light here. Yeah, so basically I'm just, trying to get... let's just get the little joints and stuff here. This is like just a basic kind of stick figure with joints. Okay, and then first of all, get the torso as a box. And then get the pelvis. As a box. Get the legs. Oh, first of all, let's get the other arm. And okay. And then let's try to make some movement here. Basically, okay, head, torso, pelvis, shoulders, pelvis, and let's try to make some movement here. If I want to move the arm, let's go slightly. Well, first of all, how about if I want to like kind of make a forward stance, and then let's kind of spread legs like that, and then yeah, so they're able to change movement by just moving the direction of those joints. So if I just, let's try to do this more quicker to understand. Bang, bang, boom, bang, boom. And then basically, if I want to like move the spine with, to understand like the twist of the movement. So maybe twisting this way to like, now maybe if I want to twist more towards this way, the shoulder might move. So that I want to move move the arm to face this direction. And then, so maybe moving this arm to go, kind of under that arm. To face this way. And then maybe cross the feet down there, forward like that. And then this one is like going to kind of go behind. Allah knows, I'm sure. Have you read the Quran? I don't like to base my life off of a book. I know that's like a little controversial and may offend some people, but you can get offended. Nobody's going to stop you from getting offended. I have my own life and I have my own values, and they might be different than yours, and that's okay. Being different from others is what makes us diverse humans. I have different life. I have different backgrounds. I have a different view. Your idea of who I am is not correct. The only person who defines me is me. And you might disagree with who I am as an individual, but I don't require your full understanding in order to exist as a human being with my human soul. What are you drawing today? Well, first we're working on some basic like humanoid construction, trying to understand how to actually move the body, because I've been having problems with this when trying to draw humans, trying to understand like some foreshortening techniques. But in order to do that, I have to understand how to actually move the body through space. And fundamentally, we have like a specific physical body that involves certain joints And so trying to understand like how that body works. Like trying to understand like the basic physics of how a body moves. And like what actually like makes a body a body. Like a knee, like how does the knee work around those joints? How does like the you know, because the other tissue, like the fat and the muscles and all that kind of stuff, works around the skeleton. And so like we want to make like constructing like hands and, you know, legs and like torso, abdomen, like base it around the actual skeleton and trying to understand how that works in three-dimensional space. You have one of those drawing mannequins? No, I'm doing this from memory right now. I'm trying to build my understanding. We could use like an external reference, but like right now I'm trying to build like kind of my own internal understanding. So if we want to like, you know, like see like how we want to change this. What if I want to move this person like to the side? So then it's like I have to understand that there is a spine and this goes into a pelvis, which has the joints. The shoulder is going to be, you know, this direction in space. The torso is going to be this direction in space. I mean, the rib cage. And there's like a twist. So that means that like this is going to be forward and down. And this is going to be kind of straight back, like putting the weight. This is further than this one. This one's, and then basically from here, left goes inward and then kind of to go towards the camera, and this one crossing to the opposite direction. I guess gonna be more like that. Gotta go. Thanks for joining. Oh no. That green cat? What green cat, Zaper Zipper? What the hell are you talking about? What green cat? Did we even draw when did we draw a green cat? What are you talking about? Are you lying? What green cat? When did we draw a green cat? I don't understand. Okay, so I think I got this construction a little bit weird. We could try to fill in. Basically, yeah, I think I got the proportions a little wrong here with the it should be more in 3D space this way. This one is like, it should be more here. Oh no, I think like more here. Yeah. And then that goes down this way. And then basically trying to solve problems here. Like, I'm trying to solve problems with how I understand human form. Because I have problems with changing directions of human bodies. Like, how do I change this into this, into this, and then how do I rotate this to look to the to my right? Like, how do I move this in 3D space? And how do I keep the proportions correct? Drinking a giant bottle? I mean, hopefully of water. Oh, you mean Bulbasaur? Yeah, Bulbasaur's not a cat. I remember that you mentioned that it was a cat, and then we made a joke about that. Okay, now I remember. Can you draw depressed Mr. Krabs? What? You mean just draw Mr. Krabs? I don't know why you're being redundant there. Depressed Mr. Krabs? You mean Mr. Krabs? Mr. Krabs, I have an idea. Yeah, so it's like basically trying to understand. I see I put the head in the wrong position. So basically the spine and like the muscles in the on the back of the shoulder move into the head will be over here, and then the front of the torso, because it's in 3-dimensional space, and so there's like a back, and then there's like, you know, the gluteus. That's a big booty. Okay. It's way too out of proportion. Yeah, that's probably more like it. It's a weird foot. That's okay. Yeah, it's kind of yeah, in three-dimensional space, like working with three-dimensional space and understanding how the body connects to itself. Like that's kind of what I'm trying to fix these problems with my drawing. I'm deliberately working these exercises. There's what's called just-in-time learning. So a lot of times people learn something. This goes beyond drawing, but because I kind of understand how learning works for me, learning something ahead of time just in case. There's like something called just in case learning, which is you learn something in case you're going to use it. Now, there are fundamentals you should train, which is why I'm doing stuff like this. However, I'm doing it at a time where I noticed that I was having problems when doing humanoid figures. And I'll show you an example, because yesterday I did something. You can see, I think one of my most recent shorts. I drew this, and it's like a humanoid figure, and I kind of like was trying to work with fabric. And I think I did a pretty damn good job on that. I didn't use reference. I was only using my imagination. But I think I have a strong understanding, at least in this drawing. I kind of have a strong understanding about how fabric lays on the human body. But if you can notice here, there's some errors in how the human body works in space. Because like it's kind of just like a straight line, kind of blocked. And I know the clothing warps that, but also it could have been better. My understanding of where the torso is in connection with the waist and the pelvis and the legs here. I didn't even complete this arm. Instead, I turned it into like a conceptual. I kind of cheated. Instead of actually drawing what I wanted, I turned it into a artistic choice of like, okay, well, this is like a phantom angel, and like so like this is like an angel in the middle of forming into his form, and like one of the wings forms, and he's like kind of like a samurai figure, and I'm imagining that the sword kind of just is going to appear in his arm here. This is like mid-action. That's like a narrative choice, but I kind of cheated. That's not what I was trying to draw. And I'm trying to fix this problem so that I can draw exactly what I intend to. That's one of the problems with my drawing, and I've been noticing it in my past work so far that I've been trying to improve at drawing. It's always good that I'm kind of passively improving like motor control and stuff like that, but I want to be, the skill I want is to be able to have an idea. I have an idea. I want to just be able to have an idea and put it on the page exactly how I want it. And in order to do that, I need to see problems like, okay, well, I didn't really understand how to create this idea in physical reality. I did not understand how to put it on the page. This was, obviously a sketch. And it is an idea. I did, sign it. Because I wanted to like make sure that I'm locking in this character. But the artwork is not complete. It's very drafty. That is a character idea I wanna really make, like a phantom angel, like samurai figure. I want to write a short story about that character, possibly even a graphic novel. Hopefully we can get to the point where I can start creating graphic novels from short stories. So basically, I want to publish short stories on my Medium and on my Substack. And I want to turn those short stories and adapt them into graphic novels eventually with my drawing ability. As my drawing ability increases and as I attempt more, because you only really learn by doing. So if I say, oh, I'm going to keep drawing until I'm ready to do graphic novels. Well, if I want to make graphic novels, I need to make bad ones. And then I learn what I need to learn by saying, okay, what was wrong with this panel? What was wrong with this panel? What was wrong? And like, I need to just get over my ego and stop trying to be expert level, because in order to become expert level, I have to be bad first. And so, but I do have like kind of a lesson plan. Like I have an order of operations, right? Just because I have an order of operations doesn't mean I'm avoiding something. It means I'm trying to kind of curate my effort. Yeah, this is kind of unclear in this drawing here. So let's try to then let's go back to the drawing board here. Create the box. Let's do it. Let's do that same right here. We're gonna do this again, just to get the same. Like let's draw the pelvis again. Like let's maybe get like a more kind of accurate rendition of a pelvis, the best we can at least. And then make the basically kind of more neutral here, and just standing like in a neutral stance here. I don't know if the spine is, if this is too long, like am I making the spine too long, like, or too short, like okay. Yeah, I guess it also depends on the height of the individual. This is kind of like, I mean, this specific person has their own specific proportions. I guess I'm kind of drawing like an androgynous person. I'm trying to draw a male, but this looks like a female form. This looks like it could be male or female. Like, I'm not really sure. See, it's like understanding, everyone has a different skeleton, so each character is going to have their own skeletal structure, and every character is going to have their individual like fat distribution, whether they're male or female or anything in between, like whatever stage of hormonal like sexual characteristics they have, such as male or female sexual characteristics or androgynous, and some scale. So it's like I'm trying to think neutrally. I know some people get really triggered when they think about gender from either side, whether it's transgender people or people who aren't transgender. Like, I know it's hard to believe, but part of the reason why I went through hormones, I mean, it's just like, if you really think about it, if it wasn't a real thing, I wouldn't have needed to take hormones. If it wasn't a real thing, I wouldn't have needed to transition. I transitioned to where my body is now because I needed it to be different to feel aligned with myself. So I know a lot of people get triggered by this idea, but it is a real thing. There are various different bodies. It's what makes us human. Humans, male, female, anything in between, whatever that means. It has nothing to do with who you are as a person. It is literally just everybody has their own body composition. And as an artist, I need to be able to accurately depict that. Whether the person is male or female or transgender, I want to be accurate. It has nothing to do with a judgment on who the person is, an individual. I should be able to write characters that are completely misaligned with who I am as a person. Writing like hateful people, for example. You write villains. Villains are not always nice people. Sometimes nice people end up being, or good people end up being bad people through their actions. But they do have good intentions. And I think they're like, I think people are innately good, and they just kind of like steer their actions in the wrong direction and they become bad. So I think writing complex characters, it means that I have to depict them accurately without my emotions attached. And so there's going to be characters who are more masculine. There's going to be characters who are more feminine. There's going to be characters who are more androgynous. And I need to get all of my personal opinions away from that. And as an artist, as a storyteller, that is required. And I know it's really hard for some people, but that's where therapy comes in. You have to kind of detach yourself from your work. But ironically, in order to channel yourself into your work. Because if you don't, your work gets in conflict with your own personal opinions. And in order to separate, and like in order to integrate, you need to separate. Because I feel like the best art comes through when you respect objective visual reality. because then you can truly depict the nuance of a character. That's my that's my um that's my philosophy on storytelling. That as a storyteller, you have to set all your personal opinions aside. Ironically, doing that creates more of a connection with your work. I know it's so hard for people to believe, but when you separate yourself from your work, it puts more of yourself into your work. It's a really weird paradox, because you would think that you need to integrate, put all your soul into your work, but you can, if you do that, it puts you in a mindset that doesn't give you the technical ability to achieve that. Where are you from? I'm from California. No, I'm not a dude. Mind power skill. Yeah, it's a mind power skill. In order to we have to get over ourselves. As an artist, I can't insert my opinions into the work. I have to insert it through the work. It's like a hard thing to do, because it's like our intentions when we like approach our work. I want to express myself. I want to put my opinions into the world. I want to say my story. Well, if you can't separate your intention from your technical ability, it's going to come out muddy. No, I'm not a dude. Well, I guess we're all dudes. Like, that cat is a dude. I guess dude is gender neutral now. Is this trans? I don't know. Is English your first language? You're saying things. I mean, I don't want to be rude, because it's like sometimes people say like, oh, is this a trans person? Or they say is like, what is this creature? Or like, what is this thing? Like, come on, I'm a human being. I am a trans woman. I have gone through surgeries. But like I said, I'm separating my identity from my work. Me being trans has nothing about it. Like, it has everything to do with my storytelling, but in order to actually create and tell my story and what I want to say, to actually filter my life experience into a cohesive narrative, I need to think objectively. I need to think because reality and storytelling are very closely knit, even though they're fictional. Because you have to respect the objective reality around us. And so I know this is kind of a conversation that stemmed from, I get a little bit, I overthink it sometimes. You can't overthink things. I am literally just constructing gender neutral skeletons. I am trying to make more of I've been trying to work on male figures, but I end up making female form. So it's I was trying to make a male, and I ended up building him as a female. So it's maybe it's more androgynous. I mean, it's literally just a stick figure, basically, more or less. And I think I need to, kind of get my emotions away from my work. You kind of set your emotions, you set your emotions at the door. When you're, especially since I'm trying to learn, don't make it your identity. See, this is the thing. You're the one who brought it up. So this is what I was talking about earlier. People come into my chat bringing conversations about gender, and then complain when I talk about gender. But who's the one who brought it up? Give them acids. You're the one who brought it up. You're talking about making are you XX or XY? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm gonna give you a timeout. You have some weird shit going on. I don't know what you're on about. You got some kind of chromosome disease about you're so obsessed with people's chromosomes. That's weird. Why do you ask most people about this, or do you only ask trans people about this? There's something going on in your brain where you have like this hyper fixation on this stuff only when it applies to transgender people. You don't have this level of scrutiny for people that aren't transgender, or people that you don't think are transgender, because there's probably transgender people you've met that you didn't even know were transgender. Oh, thank you, Ghost. I'm really confused why people get mad about me talking about transgender stuff when it's like, you guys came in here asking me to talk about it. Like, I mean, what do you actually want? You say don't make it your identity, don't always talk about it. I'm talking about it because you brought it up. You're the one who's focused on it. You're the one making it your identity. I'm literally just living my life. I got my surgeries. That doesn't mean it's my entire identity. It's just an important part of who I am. Like, if I had gone through something that's very meaningful to me, and it's my stream on my YouTube channel, like, why would you complain about me talking about myself on my own channel? Like, I don't understand it. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the people like SLB come in and they ask me what chromosomes I am. Because under their assumption, they think that chromosomes define who you are. It's a biological reality, but who cares? It doesn't define who you are. You define who you are. You live your life. Do you think most people live their entire life based on what their chromosomes are? They base their life on how they integrate into society. And obviously your chromosomes determine a lot of that at the beginning. But, you know, some of us have gone through a lot of personal work to try to understand more about who we are. And sometimes people like me, we align ourselves more with that are something that are different than how we were born. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, okay, like let's think about our boy Sephiroth here, this music. Sephiroth, you know, he had problems. Okay, but you know, he was basically trained as a weapon his entire life. He was trying to become something more than how he was trying to define himself. And he was trying to say, this is who I am. I am not who the world made me. I am me. That's what Sephiroth was on about. Now, he was problematic. We don't need to get into that. You're pansexual? Yeah, I mean, I'm pansexual. I don't make it my entire identity. It's just a statement. It's who I am. Like, when people say don't make it your identity, what that tells me, what they're really saying is you're going through the world in a way that the world is trying to prevent you from existing a normal life. And because you're talking about it and because it affects you, because there are people who are actively trying to destroy you, that makes it your entire personality. That is a lot of assumptions. You think that I want to be talking about this, but you're the one who brought it on me. The world is actively trying to erase people like me. This is not in my head. It is a real thing. It is objective reality. People do not want transgender people to exist. This is known. This is studied. It's known through people's actions. Governments are trying to erase us. Do you understand? And I am just trying to live my life. I'm not trying to make my life about politics. But people bring it on me, whether I want it or not. And I'm just trying to dodge it. I'm trying to think, okay, I just want to be a person. I'm doing all the things that people want me to do, and they bring it in here anyway. Do you understand? Yeah, I mean, well, chromosomes matter about, like, your starting position. Like, your starting position matters. Like an opening in a chess game, right? Like, how you play in the opening can determine the entire game. And, you know, but at the same time, you're the one who's making the decisions from there. You're gender fluid, you have trans friends. Yeah, you know, it's like I have trans friends too. I actually have more cisgender friends than trans friends. Because I'm not really part of the LGBT space. I am because I exist and because I'm trans. Like, there's no avoiding it. I wouldn't want to avoid it. But I don't really identify as LGBT. I mean, I am trans, but like, I'm literally doing the things that people complain about. People complain about trans people for making it their identity. And I'm one of the people that's just trying to live my life like a normal person, which is most trans people. I don't really know anybody in my personal life who wants to make being trans their entire existence. Now, when you're focused on it and you're going through surgeries, it's pretty hard to avoid it because you're literally trying to solve a problem. When you are trying to solve a math problem, for example, you're going to be thinking math-like thoughts. So, like, when you're trying to solve a problem, why are you complaining that people are literally trying to solve the problem just because you're not trying to solve that problem because you don't have that problem? You think that people want to make it their whole identity? We're trying to do this so that we don't have to do that. That's why we go through our surgeries. Common sense, bruh. Exactly. I didn't realize that the reason somebody said that last time, Kyle, I don't know if that was you, it's because I made that my channel rule. I forgot that I made that my channel rules. Yeah, it's common sense. Just use common sense in my chat. I'm an amazing person, artist. No one can ever bring you down. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that, because people can bring you down, but in the end of the day, it's because I brought myself down. Okay, now let's try to rotate. Maybe I rotate let's rotate to the, to my right again. So this character, he's going to be rotated to the left. So I need to like think, how do I breathe without you? How about I wrote like more of like, not directly to the, yeah, let's just make it like directly like 90-degree angle. So if I do a 90-degree angle, if it was literally 100% 90-degree angle, it means that I'm basically, it's not going to be 100% of a 90-degree angle. Otherwise, it would just be a straight line. Oh no, the spine is gonna go from in the middle of the night. Gonna go from here. How does the spine kind of work like that? Right? Maybe this is a little bit of a messed up spine. I don't know. Whatever. And then you're gonna have the joints over here and here. This back here. And this one is yeah, like this. Pelvis, torso, the rib cage. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be more. Like this. Rib cage. And then, okay, so like, let's just put this down here. Maybe that's too long. Okay, and then this one goes literally like behind here. Yeah, from like this, the perspective needs to be like... Yeah, so there we go. Moving the character to the side like that. This might be like a little bit... I think these are a little too short. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, trying to understand how the human body operates in three-dimensional space at a skeletal level, so that we can then lay the kind of muscular structure over the skeleton. So basically now we have an arm. So this is like the, what do they call that? This is the forearm. What is this called? Like the upper arm? I guess upper arm and forearm. So it goes in from the bottom of the rib cage, like, or I guess the top of the rib cage. Yeah, there's like kind of you have from the shoulder, and then you have like from like, yeah, from like both it kind of goes up into the, not the bottom of the rib cage, but the junction, or whatever. And then got a forearm, and then we got this wedge-like figure for the. We're not going to draw fine details. We're just trying to get the gesture here. So then. Basically, this like wedge over here for the foot. Yeah, we got like the gluteus maximus over here. The booty. Okay. We got his booty over here. Just like there is kind of like an inward slant. Like the, what is this, the lower leg. That goes into like the heel, the kind of toes right there. Oh no, it goes inward. And then like inward, then outward to the heel. And then this one, the elbow, and then wedge shape for the hand. Oh, this guy's kind of a little lanky. Let's just try to yeah, this guy's got like a bit of a lanky spine. Somebody banned me from the stream yesterday. Well, it probably was me. I'm the only person. I wouldn't ban you. I timed you out because you were saying some weird things probably. But now you're here, so like let's just forget about it. Let's move on. I time people out when it looks like they're just being weird and I don't want to remove them permanently. So you've been generally pretty supportive on this channel, but sometimes people bring stuff here that I don't like, and so I'm going to time them out if they're being weird. Just don't make a habit of it. I forgot what it was already. I kind of moved on. I move on really quickly from stuff that happens on my stream. I know some people have a hard time believing this, but you guys aren't that important to me. Like when it comes to like how you affect me emotionally. Like I might get like involved in the moment, but I move on pretty quickly. I recover pretty quickly from, I've gone through this a lot. I mean, it goes to show how much direct impact all the work I've been doing these past 6 years, like with all the activity I've been doing with like clinical work, like therapy work and such, because I recover very quickly now from emotional dysregulation. Now, if it gets hard enough, it has to. You guys are not going to get me there. Like, trust me. Like, I know that, like, I don't want some people to take this as a challenge, but obviously people are going to do what they do. But I have people and forces in my life that affect me significantly more than anything that people in chat would say. Hey, Maxie, how you doing? Transformers are only a massive problem. Surely you're talking about like transformers in like electrical circuits. They could be a massive problem. Transformers can sometimes start fires. It's your birthday? Well, happy birthday, Cross Forever. How you doing? Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Okay, so now let's probably let's move this skeleton. There's an ant crawling. Jeez. Let's move this skeleton kind of now to like the left, or how about like lower to the ground, like let's make the spine different. Yeah, let's make like the spine like different. How about like, yeah, it's gonna be. I don't know what's up with this spine. Yeah, and then let's. There's the rib cage. And then let's kind of put the body like forward, like maybe doing a wall here, like wall push-ups or something. Let's like make a wall and like a ground. Like trying to do wall push-ups. Don't mind the position between these two characters. You're very good when you see me. Oh yeah, I'm glad you're here. I'm kind of just I kind of am doing my own thing here. Okay, so now this is gonna be yeah, this is like a wall, right? Trying to make three-dimensional space here. Doing wall push-ups. Yeah, there we go. It's like a really big butt. Okay. And do not, don't mind the juxtaposition between these two characters at all. It's not, they're not doing what you think they're doing. These two characters, literally just somebody standing here, and then I drew this maybe too close. Gotta get the head proportions right. You're drawing awesome. Well, thanks, Maxie. Yeah, I'm trying to work on solving some problems with how I understand humanoid characters. And I'm doing what's called just-in-time learning. I'm learning something in order to train a skill that I noticed recently in my previous drawing last night. Or, no, it was 2 nights ago. Where I didn't have a solid understanding, in my opinion, of this humanoid character, and he was like kind of mid-position, and I didn't really have a full understanding of how to shape his body into doing what I wanted him to do, because this isn't quite what I wanted the character to do. I did a really good job on the clothing, so I'm not going to be working on clothing, because clothing is an extension of human anatomy, and so I need to understand like the skeletal structure of the figure before I add anatomical structure, and I need to understand anatomical structure in order to understand how clothing fits over it. But I do understand like the physics of the clothing itself, like the fabric. So yeah, it could be better. You know, these almost feel like kind of random, but they're not random. Like the folds and how they work with gravity and how they like work in space. I have like an innate understanding based on my observation. So working from internal memory, I can somewhat articulate clothing physics. And obviously I have more to learn. But instead of working on clothing, I'm working on the root problem here, which is that I didn't quite understand the skeletal structure and how that works in 3-dimensional space. And so what I'm going to do, what I do in response to that is I assign a task of trying to improve that particular skill. And these are really strong fundamentals that I should be working on all of these things, but I'm choosing the right time to do it. I'm doing it when I had a drawing that this problem presented itself. Like this problem presented itself at this exact moment, so I'm going to focus on this when it's the most relevant. So that's how we really learn. Yeah, now let me try to do it in reverse. This is like somebody pushing against this other wall, maybe possibly in a different kind of position here. Maybe this person is going like a little bit under, and then like that. like pushing a different way. Yeah, I don't know. This one's a little bit messed up. Yeah, no. Don't even engage. Yeah, I messed up with this one. It's a little weird. I think maybe the head also kind of changes it. Yeah, it's probably a little bit more accurate. I don't know if this one's physically accurate here. Yeah, trying to understand, like, I think the biggest problem is, like, where the armpits, how that, like, I have a problem understanding how to draw, like, the top part of the arm, like, understanding that it comes from, like, the armpit. I think a lot of people, when they draw humans, I think a lot of people have this fundamental issue of misunderstanding how the shoulder and the arm connect. So I'm, like, trying to, especially at different angles, because I need to be able to draw these things from all sorts of different positions in space. And there's like a usually there is like a fundamental incorrectness. Okay, that scared me. Gotta plug in the light. Let there be light, chat. There we go. Yeah, that scared me. I was like, what is happening? Yeah, also, I think, like, I've observed a lot of things. Obviously, using references is very important, but I'm also trying to train my ability to... I want to see where I am so that I can have a comparison. Because it's like, I'm working from complete memory with these things on my imagination. And when I work with references, like, we'll look at, like, pictures of, like, one of the... Or eventually, I could... Maybe next month. I can't afford anything right now. But I do need to buy one of those, like, cheap little, like, skeletal figurine things. And to be able to move it around and see how it works from reference to understand, like, these things. I could just look at images of them. And just do some gesture drills. Like just drawing it for like 30 seconds. And then draw the next one for 30 seconds. And all that kind of stuff. But I'm working my way up to it. I got... As long as I'm doing something with the pencil on the paper, that's what really matters. I'm kind of in a slow... movement. I have a situation mentally where I just take a lot of time to do things. And I have to go at my own pace or I won't make any movement at all. And I think, like, what I've learned about how I learn is if I hold myself up to the standards that other people have, I end up crashing and burning. And I end up not making any progress. But if I go at my own pace, I will eventually get to the point where I can match with other people and actually exceed. So I just need to trust myself more. Most straight people are just homophobes. I don't think that's true. I think the majority of people don't give a fuck, which is good. You're not straight. I think most people don't give a fuck. For having trans vibes and straight vibes. I'm straight, but respect. Yeah, I don't. You know, I don't know how other people think, but I like to think that as long as you're not hurting somebody, you can think whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Like, that's your own thoughts. There's people who see me as some disgusting creature, but there's also people who see me as a beautiful person. A beautiful human being in many different ways. And neither of those are correct. Literally, I am just a humanoid creature living on this planet that breathes and eats and sleeps and poops just like anyone else. But people are going to think what they're going to think, and for better or for worse, like good or bad. And it doesn't mean, you know, whatever they think. Yeah, Jesus loves you. True. Valor Morgulis. Parents and society hate you. I'm sorry to hear that. You like talking to cool people? You think I'm cool? Well, thanks. Oh, shit. Yeah, I have to... your name... I think I was mispronouncing your name. Yeah, I'm just not gonna say your name. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm just gonna call you Gomez. You're trans. You have gotten much. Yeah, I mean, I think it's like. You have to understand, Monster. As a trans person, I deliberately went out of my way to try to go into spaces where I wasn't sure I would be 100% accepted. If you only go into spaces where you're not going to be harassed, you'll be fine, just like anybody else. I think it's just like what happens is when you go into certain spaces where they're not used to trans people, what's going to happen is they're going to just be confused, and they're going to bombard you with negativity sometimes. And I'm the kind of person who I am trying to learn why these things are true so that I can have a better understanding of the psychology behind it. Brazilian? Kaike? You love dinosaurs? I just like, I was almost going to pronounce it a different way, and I'm like, oh, it's not that. I had to like stop myself before I got canceled. I don't want people to think I'm a certain way. Moving on from my mental illness. Basically, I feel like a lot of trans people get hate because you're going into spaces where people are not going to accept you. And if you're a gamer, it's really hard to find spaces where people accept you. A lot of the times, though, I really do think it's a lot of just indifference. Most people are not going to give a fuck if you're trans or not. They're going to start giving a fuck when it looks like that's all you talk about. They're going to be like, why are you always talking about trans stuff? This is a gaming Discord. Why are you talking about trans stuff? It's because of a few people that push you, and they push you and push you and push you, and you're trying to just be a part of the community, but they dictated the rules. They deliberately directed the conversation against you, and you try to just blend in. You try to just do your thing, but somebody else is painting the narrative for you. And so now it's turned into a place of this person is, and several people possibly, are treating you like you don't belong. They want you to leave. And then you end up getting kicked out because then you're like, all you're talking about is trans stuff and trying to defend yourself. But then people are like, oh, well, we don't really like this negative vibes. And instead of the people who instigated it getting kicked, the trans person gets kicked. And then people feel isolated. People feel like there's discriminated against. And it's like, no, it's because they don't want to make this into a negative space, but they didn't understand the full picture, or they do, and they're also transphobic. But it's frustrating because when you don't fit in anywhere really in a lot of these spaces. Like, we're just trying to be normal people, but people refuse to see us as normal. What are we supposed to do? Marine biology and Lego sets? Hey, welcome back, Blue Hitbox. Yeah, I just, yeah, let's move on from this study. Let's get back to our free drawing. We drew a container. And now I'm just gonna kind of try to, just kind of just draw freely. IP freely? Subnautica? Cool beings known as Homo sapiens sapiens. I don't know. Now I just need to draw, just like, you know, without thinking too much. I just want to like allow myself to associate freely without constricting, without restriction, without trying to adhere to some kind of anatomy or physical thing. I just try to draw like just like I need some containers, but other than that, you know, draw some cylinders and stuff. And like maybe just thread. You know, like draw this thread. Nice form work. Just trying to see where the pencil takes us. Yeah, I don't know. There's like this like constant battle with trying to trust myself that there's a reason why I am the way I am and why I do the things that I do. and I want to understand them, and maybe that makes me mentally ill, but I think everybody is mentally ill in some way, and we have choices on how we spend our day every day. And I like streaming because it's a place where I can kind of set my own vibes. People bring their own things in here, but I kind of factor that in. It's like something I can regulate, even though it's like sometimes negative people will show up. That's like kind of like I know how to work within that framework. I've been on social media for 26 years. I kind of know how to navigate somewhat. Nobody truly knows. Maybe it's making me mentally ill, but at least I can focus it. At least I'm mentally ill, like, with control rather than complete chaos. Because when I'm not streaming, I am trying to learn how to do things off stream. Like, I do draw off stream. It's important, but I really like streaming because it gives me like this feeling of expression that you don't really get in any other medium. It's a way to, like, I mean, I can interact with people live. Even when they're negative, it has like a positive impact on me because it gives me more agency in my world. In a world that I don't have particularly a lot of agency in my life. I do. I'm not trying to say I don't have agency in my life, but I'ma tell you short, simple, and basic. It really doesn't look like you're gonna make it. You make me sick with all your tricks. You just might slip, your feet lose grip. You're not that slick, I'm much too quick. You've broken something that you just can't fix. You know that oil and water don't mix. I'ma tell you, look. I'm only trying to make things run smooth, but now I gotta worry about what you gon' do. You shoulda came to me to tell me what you're going through, but now you're on the wrong team, gotta own you. Don't you ever think about how they all say everything that you do comes back always? You made a big leak and your shit might sink. I would've thought you would've thought, but I guess you don't think. You make me sick with all your tricks. You just might slip, your feet lose grip. You're not that slick, I'm much too quick. You've broken something that you just can't fix. You know that oil and water don't mix. Open the floodgates, get ready for the flow. Hey, what's up, Sage Mode? Hi, baby. Hey, baby. Hi, baby, baby, baby. Baby, baby, baby. What's up? How you doing? We're just hanging out and doing some drawing. Trying to regulate myself. That's all I can really do. Just regulate myself while I wait through this process where agency is going to get me into my new living situation, and nothing I do makes a difference, so I'm just going to focus on regulation, trying to take care of my health, which includes my mental health, which drawing is really helping with. And I got shaken up a little bit yesterday because I had just a really negative interaction yesterday with a medical professional, and I don't want to get into, I talked about it at the beginning of the stream a bit, but it's just, I feel like it's a little bit too sensitive to talk about it publicly. It's like it was like a medical visit, so it's like personal. I'm not gonna lie, I felt personally attacked, and now I'm starting to doubt myself when I was already barely hanging on to a thread over my own agency. And this doctor was basically interrogating me to have more, deliberate impact on my life without relying on external services. But I connected to all these services because I need them. And I have a disability, and I'm trying to overcome that with access to resources. And this doctor that I've only worked with recently for getting assessment for ADHD comes in and starts talking about how I need to be more creative about solving my problems, and it really rubbed me the wrong way. And she had to end the session because I got really dysregulated, and it makes me doubt myself, because I'm like, I've thought a lot of times that I'm like not good enough, or that I'm not doing enough, and it's like all the people on my team are telling me that I'm an amazing human being that has done amazing things to improve my life, that I'm like getting help that a lot of people don't get to because they don't believe in themselves long enough to get access to these resources. I'm utilizing these resources that were not a guarantee to have. I had to fight for them. So the reason why I'm getting help in the first place is because I'm thinking outside the box, because I'm being a problem solver. I'm trying to get help in a way that I've never had help before. And I don't know how to solve this housing situation. So that's why I have these people helping me, but they take so long. Like, it's been 1.5 years and they still haven't moved me out of this trailer. And it's looking like it might get closer, but I just don't know anymore. Especially after talking to this doctor last night. Like, it's like she's just like threw a wrench in all the progress I made. This medical professional who is like getting me dysregulated and making me feel like I'm doubting myself now. When I have already done so much. I have a disability. That doesn't mean I'm broken. What are you drawing? I'm just kind of free drawing right now. We did some like figure drawing to understand skeletal structure and a little bit of anatomical structure. This was less focused on the anatomy part. It was more focused on how to move, the joints, and how to understand like the rib cage and the pelvis, and how they connect to each other and the rest of the body. This was less about anatomy, and it was more, but I did do a little bit of anatomy work there, but it was less about anatomy. It was more about gesture and skeletal structure, because I'm trying to address a lot of my my undeveloped artistic abilities as we go forward with this. But now I'm just kind of freeform drawing from, just as like an emotional regulator, and just trying to like, let myself play and get into a flow state. I may or may not create something of value, but it's already of value. That's the change in mindset that I need to make about art, is that literally me putting pencil to the page is inherently valuable. Everything that happens after that is a bonus. Especially right now, where I'm trying to solidify the skill of showing up to improve my art. So the skill is that I need to show up. And I've already done that today. And so everything we do from here on is already a bonus. Having the success condition was, did I put pencil to paper for at least a few minutes? Which we definitely did. And we're still doing. So I'm already successful in that regard. And by setting that as a success condition, it opens up a long-term trajectory of success. And I know this because I've achieved success in certain things, like my medical history, like getting access to these services I'm talking about. The fact that I have been working for 6 years to make my life better most people would have given up. Most people do give up. And I know it's miserable, but it could be worse. I could be not getting help at all. I could be completely stuck in this environment forever. And because I'm just sitting here doing nothing about it. And just because I'm here on live stream doesn't mean this is all I do. I want you to understand this. I know most reasonable people understand this, but I think some people think that this is what I'm doing to try to move out of the trailer. This is just something I'm doing as a personal hobby to help me regulate, to give me a tool that I have control over. I can control my stream. I can control when I stream. I can control what I do on stream. This is something, and like drawing, for example, is something where I have 100% agency, which is something that's missing in my life right now. Hey, Lilith. So like something that's missing in my life right now in regards to my living situation is agency, where nothing I do seems to make a difference. And so I have to rely on external sources, unfortunately, to change my situation. Which is terrifying because it means that I have to relinquish agency. And it's really hard for somebody who has fought so hard to take action. And when I have to, I've already taken the action and now I have to let it happen. And that's really hard for me. I'm not a... Oh. So basically, like... It's really hard. I know a lot of people misunderstand who I am as a person. A lot of people seem to think that I am lazy or that I don't want to do anything to improve my situation. It couldn't be further from the truth. Like, I have gone above and beyond to try to do anything to change my situation. But things just aren't working out when it's me on my own. You gonna turn 18? Got any advice? Basically, don't let people control you. Like, in a way that, like, obviously people are gonna expect you to do things, like, you know, like, you go to the job, workplace or something like that. What I mean is, like, don't let people tell you who you are. Like, only you get to know who you are. Don't let people steer you into becoming somebody you're not just because you need to blend in. You are an individual. And it's really hard for some people. It was hard for me because I kept on adapting to what other people wanted me to be when I turned 18 and such. I've started making progress when I stopped allowing that to happen. This past 6 years, I put my foot in the sand, or I put my foot in the ground and said, this is who I am. I won't let anybody decide what I think. I won't let anyone decide who I am. And I will decide who I am. And I know what I need, and I'm going to go get it. It took me like 13 years, 14 years to finally get to that point. And I would hope that people who are turning 18 now, the world is already going to try to steer you into a direction it wants you to go. They're going to try to define who you are. They're going to try to tell you what to believe. They're going to try to tell you, like, what you need to do in order to succeed. And all I can tell you is that you need to do what you need to do. And it might align with what these people are saying, but at no time are you taking action that goes against who you are, because it's just going to lead you into a place where you might succeed, but the worst thing is if it doesn't work and then you start blaming yourself for it. Because that's what I did. I blamed myself for all my shortcomings. But that's not true. I have a disability. It's literally not my fault. And it's hard for me to accept because I'm a woman of action. I take it very seriously. I internalize it, and it destroys me. Because when I'm blaming myself for problems that are not my fault, I am basically torturing myself for no reason. I can't control that I'm autistic. I can't change it. I can't make it go away. But what I can do is I can work with it anyway and just succeed anyway, which is how I got all my surgeries to happen. Was I just took action. I just showed up, and I kept showing up, and I didn't take no for an answer. And that's how I'm going to treat the rest of my life. I'm not going to let myself fail ever, like permanently fail ever again. And even the things that I failed at weren't permanent because I'm here now. I didn't give up. But I did kind of give up for a while. I kind of just accepted that I'm a loser, things that aren't true. I accepted all these things as true because I kept getting evidence that said that I was a failure, that I'm never going to succeed. And then I started succeeding when I stopped allowing those thoughts to come in. What the hell is YouTube anymore? I have no idea. Yeah, well, Elite, I encourage you that, people are going to give you all sorts of advice, including me, because you asked for advice. It's good to have advice, obviously, because humans talk to each other and we share things. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think the danger is when we internalize something that somebody else said and we believe that we need to just keep looking for more advice. The answer isn't more advice. The answer is finding your own way. And I know it's hard, and a lot of the times you're going to crash and burn, but the alternative is that you're going to crash and burn anyway, but you're not going to be aligned with who you are as a person. And I know it's really hard to believe when you're like in your like 18 to 20s. It's really hard to believe. And there's even people my age, 38 and above, or twice my age. There's people who believe that you just need to do what other people tell you because they're better than you and they're mentors, but nobody has any idea what the fuck they're doing. And they certainly don't know how to live your life. Now, it doesn't mean there's not going to be mentorship, but you need to find those people, and you're not really going to find them on social media, which I know is kind of like counterproductive to, obviously you're on social media and it's a very commercial space. You're trying to sell something, even if it's just like, an idea. So maybe it's like a little counter to my goals to try to tell people not to listen to me. But I think like what I have to say and what I have to offer are more meaningful when you give yourself agency. Because I don't know all the answers. I certainly don't know what you need. But what I can tell you is what I've learned. I can share that with you. I can create a space where we have like an open mind. And I try to live by a standard of show don't tell. But it's really hard because it's a lot of the times you can only really talk about something, especially on social media where literally all I have is my voice and my image. It's really hard to like, this is like a space where I can talk about stuff. So it's like talk, obviously. It's just talk. However, that doesn't make it bad. It doesn't make it useless, because clearly we show up for a reason to these things. There's a part of human psychology that seeks these things out. And obviously, people who are trying to make money are going to capitalize on that. And I think like it's not about like, oh, this is evil. It's more like this is something that if it goes unchecked, it can cause real harm to you. I'm not under the opinion that you should just completely avoid social media. There's clearly a reason why we use it. It serves some function, even if that function is showing yourself what not to do. Sometimes it's showing you what to do. Sometimes it's showing you what not to do. And I think there is an evolutionary reason. However, you get to choose the time and place. You get to curate your own feed. Obviously, the For You page and all these algorithm recommendations, they're going to happen. And you can't avoid it. And like what I've learned is to just kind of use that to your advantage. You get to choose the times that you look at YouTube. You get to choose the time that you look at any social media. I do avoid most social media. I post and ghost, which I think is healthier for me. I think it's healthier for most people. But if all I do is post and ghost and that's all everybody did, then nobody would actually be benefiting from the content that you create. There's some sort of benefit from listening to what other people express themselves. Like, what's the point of expressing yourself if nobody listens? Like, there is an inherent value to it, I think. I think there is more of a spiritual reason why we create things, why we make art, why we express ourselves. I think there is a divine purpose outside of, consumption. But I mean, like, we're trying to communicate with each other. I don't think it's just kind of weird. Like, when people say, listen more than you speak, well, at a certain point, it's your turn to speak. And if all you did was listen, well, then, it's like they say, oh, nobody likes somebody who's always talking. So, like, listen more. But if both people were only listening, at what time does anybody speak? Clearly, it's somebody's turn to speak at some point. I don't understand this, belief that you should just always listen to people. But they're talking. At what time is it your turn? Like understanding that, like, we are inherently communicative people, and communication involves multiple parties. To only listen is basically forcing other people to take up all the space, which is like what you're trying to avoid, right? Like, you're trying to say that you should listen more, and now you're forcing this other person to do all the talking. You're not allowing, like, a communication. You're just listening. So it's like, I don't like this belief that, like, there's a reason why we create content. It's designed to be consumed. And to avoid consumption when, like, why would I only care about stuff that I do? I want to listen to other people's opinions. I want to see where they're at. I highly disagree with this opinion that you should just completely ignore everything that everyone else has to say. However, I do agree with the idea that people are going to try to inject their own view into yours. And you need to really hold your own beliefs into an internal locus of control. And it's harder than ever in any point in history, but I don't think it's anything new. I think it's always been like this. There's always been people who take advantage of people who want advice. This has been going on forever. It's like the whole self-help industry is based around this. However, I do think there's a time and place for everything. Maybe some things are just pure scams, but even that is information. You can use it and observe it and so that you know what it looks like. This is what something looks like when somebody just wants to sell you something. This is what it looks like when someone is genuinely creating something of value. Like, you need to know, like, what things aren't what you're looking for. And I think it's really hard to discern that sometimes. And it's like, that's kind of where the friction comes in my opinion. Is when we don't really know what the answer is. And I don't think anybody does. There's a reason why I showed up to my stream today. There's a reason, like, what other than like, what is the point of living if we don't share things with each other? Like, if we just live in our own little bubble, like, what really is there? And this is all I have right now. I don't have any other things going on in my life. My stream is a place where I can actually put something out in the world. And I may not be the most popular creator out there, but I am growing in subscribers. And there's something that I'm doing that's doing something good for me. And so I'm gonna keep doing it. And there's clearly like some kind of purpose it serves. I don't exactly know 100%. I don't need to know 100% of why. But I need to have a confidence in myself, and streaming, it gives me agency in a life that I have had very little agency. I need to give myself more credit. I need to stop kind of like crashing myself, because I have done a lot. I've achieved a lot. What do you think of the future of dating? I have no idea. I mean, it's such a complicated subject. It's highly individualized. See, this is kind of what I'm talking about. People always want some kind of like, this is true all the time and it'll never change kind of answers. Like, no, that's not how the world works. Like, life is complicated and it's nuanced. There's no like future of dating. There is future of dating for you as an individual. Draw a little cat in the corner. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so it's like the future of dating. I don't really know. I don't really I think it's just you gotta find like the kind of people that you want to be around and kind of find what works for you. Because it's like everybody has different needs, and I feel like people are trying to just force things just because they think based on what they think they want instead of what they actually want. So I think it involves like knowing what you're looking for. Are you looking for, when you say dating, what do you even mean? Are you trying to look for a long-term partner? Well, then you're going to have to try to just meet people. Not try to meet not go on dates, but like literally just meeting people. Because, you're looking for connection. You're looking for long-term connection. It has nothing, you should try to find people not just to date, but you should find people that you want to spend time with. You should find, which you might find somebody that you're looking, that's the only way that you're going to find somebody to spend long term with, are people that you're going to meet and spend time with more than once. If you go on Tinder looking for that, you're only finding people they think they want long-term connection, but really what they want is they want short-term connection. So when you go on like Tinder or dating apps of any kind, even though you think that you're going to get long-term relationships, that's not how long-term relationships really work. Sometimes it might, obviously, you might get lucky, but if you're really, like, you have to scratch the itch. What is the itch? Do you really want to get married, or do you just want to have connection? And I think that, like, if you're looking for connection, you're looking for love in all the wrong places. You really just want connection. You can get connection without dating. You can just get connection by joining a community thing and doing something in common with people. Go to a game shop if you like games. Like go play, like, go meet people at like different places where people gather, like Magic the Gathering, for example. You're gonna meet people with similar interests. Or go to the gym. If you want to go to the gym, you might meet people that, you might get talking with somebody. But you're not trying to like meet people. You're trying, well, you are, but you're not trying to meet people for any kind of like motive. Because when you do that, you're only gonna get disappointed, because what you're looking for doesn't align with people's expectations. Your expectation when you open a dating app is that you're just looking for short-term connection. It might turn into something, but I would say 9 times out of 10, it's just going to be a one night stand, or maybe 3 nights, whatever. It's not going to be what you want. It's definitely not going to be what you need. People have their expectations set extremely high. You have to, the quality matches, like, it matches the quality. It really is exactly what it's supposed to do. Tinder is a way to just connect with people who are, have similar things in mind. Like, you're going to try to date, right? So whenever I meet somebody that way, it never ends up going anywhere. It's always been like just a one night thing, and it's not really a person I want to spend time with, because you're just meeting random people. If you want to meet random people that actually going to resonate with you, you're going to have to do something with shared interests, and something more shared than I want to get laid, because that's like pretty much everybody who isn't asexual wants. So like that's too broad. It's like, oh, everybody who likes music, like everybody likes music. Like, you need to be more specific. Like, do they like the same bands as you? Maybe, but that's still not specific enough. Do they go to events that are related to that band? That's a little bit, less broad, but it's still pretty broad, because there's a lot of people who go to concerts. Like, but is it somebody that like does something that aligns with who you are as a person? Like, they're also musicians and they write their own music and they're inspired by this, and you're not meeting somebody who is literally just all about, the shared experience. They have their own thing going on, and it aligns with who you are and where you want to go with your life. And now suddenly, like, now you made a friend, and maybe I don't know why people are so obsessed with like, oh, you're just getting friend zoned. That's a pretty good thing. Like, meeting friends is hard, especially as you get into your 30s. Meeting friends is really hard. Why would you throw that away just because you were expecting something more? And it's not going to be something more if you can't even be friends. Imagine, like, you're going to be with this person for the rest of your life. You're looking for, like, a spouse. You're looking for a partner. Even if you're not going to get married, like, legally, like, you're just going to be, like, long-term partners, like, life partners. How are you going to spend time with this person, like, the rest of your life if you can't even be friends? So, like, being friends should be your goal. And if it goes somewhere, or if it doesn't, you still made a friend. And, you know, if you're looking for something different, well, then you can go elsewhere for that and still be friends with these people. And it's kind of frustrating. This is why people usually end relationships completely, is because if you are trying to hold out for something that's not going to happen, then that's like a fundamental disrespect of the person. Because this person doesn't see you as a sexual partner or as a romantic partner. They see you as a friend. And when there's a misalignment with expectations, it's usually time to cut ties with that person. We drawing something specific? No, I'm just kind of free drawing. We did something specific earlier. I did some figure exercises. But now we're kind of moving on into just letting myself draw freely. I am seeming to get like armor plate stuff, but it's kind of random and disjointed. But I do think it is valuable. It kind of just, it's like freeform drawing, just letting my hand do what it does. And like seeing like where my mind goes. It's also kind of interesting to watch on stream, I think. Maybe a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. Dating's hard because I don't really date. I'm also polyamorous, so it's like dating is even more different for that because I don't really consider myself I'm not looking for a partner. I'm looking for kind of more casual partners. I'm going through a lot of personal stuff right now. It's really hard to include somebody else in this mess. I'm a mess. And I'm not looking for long-term commitment right now. I'm not looking for a partner. And people should respect that, because if I'm not looking for it, then they're going to be disappointed when their expectations are that I'm looking for that. There are people who want what you're looking for, whose expectation aligns. You know, you should find those people. But there's some people who say like, oh, you know, you can still find love. You'll find somebody eventually. It's like, I'm not looking for a person to solve my... Like, you know, I'm going to, like, look for a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and having a boyfriend or a girlfriend is going to solve all my loneliness problems. Like, no, that's not going to fix everything. And I'm too smart to know that, to pretend that it will. And I think most people are just pretending. Like, I don't want to, like, you know... I don't want to, like, assume anything, because there might be people who really do, feel genuine meaning from that. I'm not saying that that's like going to be true for every single person, but in my experience, for me and my needs, I'd be pretty delusional if I thought that all my problems are going to go away and I'm going to feel better if I found a partner. Like, no, like I can barely even have casual partners right now. I might be meeting up with some people soon, but like I don't know. I have a really hard time lately with everything. I'm trying to keep going with my life. Like, I don't want to give up. And sometimes you have to show up even when you don't really want to. And obviously, I'm going to be ending the stream pretty soon, but... because I think it's time to move on for now. But we've been live for a while. Like, I showed up, I drew. It's been 3 hours and 41 minutes since I went live. Like, I feel like it's getting to that point where it's like I need to take a break. I didn't fail just because I'm ending the stream. Like, I think that's ridiculous. That my first thought is that, like, I don't know. I'm just having a really hard time. Have you ever fell in love? No. I thought I was in love, but I wasn't actually in love. I'm having a really hard time existing right now, but I'm doing it. I'm existing. I'm live on stream. I'm alive. I'm doing what I can. Not every day is going to be very good. Not every day is going to feel good. Not every day is going to feel like I'm making progress. But I'm making progress anyway. I don't think it's about being perfect. I think it's about showing up even when it doesn't feel perfect. And that's why I'm drawing right now. Because it would be so easy to have not drawn, but here I am. You know, we talked for a while at the beginning of the stream, but I'm pretty sure I've been drawing for like 2 hours. And I think it's time to take a break. I did something today with my drawing. And I'm probably going to do stuff later too. I'm not going to stop drawing just because I am not streaming. I'm going to keep drawing regardless. Wait, what the hell is even that? The hell is this text? Oh, there's nothing in it. I need to delete it. There's nothing in it. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. For better or for worse, I showed up today. I've been kind of having that theme lately. It just, you know, for better or for worse, I showed up. For better or for worse. I think it's for the better. Because showing up at all to anything in your life is meaningful. Because I could have just not shown up. I'm alive. I'm continuing to fight for a better life. And it doesn't mean every single moment is going to be active. You can't. Like, you just literally can't. You can't be, like, actively working on yourself at all times. Like, I'm doing everything I can to improve my situation. I think that should be enough. I could do even less and I'd still be fine. I feel like I hold myself up to such a high standard. Because I don't like my situation and I want it to be better. And I feel like I'm not doing enough. But I'm already doing a lot. Like, I'm working with this agency. They're putting me on through all these programs on wait lists. They're actively looking for a host to give me, you know, as a mentor home. People who are approved and qualified, who know what they're getting when they get me. They're looking for people who are messy. Like, you know, metaphorically. And I also am literally messy. I try to do better, but like my environment is not very conducive to that right now. I just need to get out of here permanently. And they're looking for people who have gone out of their way to apply as mentors, to find people like me who are metaphorically messy and literally messy, who need help the most. And they know what they're signing up for. They're trained. They have access to resources that most people won't. This isn't like a couch surfing situation. This isn't even like a renting situation. This is renting with assistance, with guidance, with mentorship. This is somebody who is going to help me live a better life by giving me a healthy environment that is conducive to improving my life. I should be jumping for joy every day, but it's so hard to feel like it's actually happening when I still live here. It's so hard. And I can barely keep myself together. My hair, I'm not even like I'm doing the best I can to take care of my appearance. But you know, you can tell, like, I'm not, like, I don't really like do anything about my appearance on stream. I brush my hair, you know, I do the bare minimum. Like, I keep myself, like, I wash my skin. I eat pretty well. I take care of my skin. But like, you can kind of tell, like, I am pretty disheveled. That's because I'm barely holding on, but I'm showing up anyway. And I think that's like really commendable. And I should probably give myself more credit, because It could be a lot worse, and it has been in the past. It could be a lot worse. Well, thank you, Pope Gizmo. I'm glad I made your day better. Some of it's lighting, like you can kind of see like bags under my eyes and stuff. I've been getting like enough sleep, but I don't think the quality is that good. Even though I've been getting like maybe too much sleep sometimes, too little sleep other times. I'm really getting all over the place lately, and I'm trying not to bring it out. I'm trying not to let it get to me. But I'm going to be real with you. It feels absolutely hopeless. It feels like nothing I do will result in any positive changes in my life. Like, it feels that, like I'm going to be stuck here forever. But my team assures me that things are happening. That just because it doesn't look like things aren't happening, just because it doesn't look like things are happening doesn't mean things aren't happening. And I have a hard time believing that. But it is true. And I'm literally like on the way to getting like the most significant support I've ever had in my life. I've never had somebody give me guided effort towards a better life. People who have people who are qualified to. I've had people who have tried to tell me how to live my life without any actual guidance. They just expected me to change everything without any help whatsoever. They said, oh, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. You're a failure. You're a loser. You just need to work harder. Like, don't you think I'm trying to work hard? Do you think I want to be lazy? Do you think I want to do nothing with my life? It's an assumption that basically undermines everything about who I am. Like, it's an assumption that basically they're calling me lazy. I am anything but lazy. Like, I have fought tooth and nail for everything I have in my life. And, like, these people are trying to tell me that I am not doing enough because I don't fit their standards. And they do this to me without giving me the tools for success. They expect me to just do it all on my own. When I have multiple things going against me. I am swimming uphill. And I'm still swimming. Like, I don't think people understand this sometimes. And unfortunately, I don't have wealthy family. I don't have people who are going to open doors for me in my family or in my personal life. But I do have people who are, unfortunately, have their hands tied by bureaucratic processes, all this red tape they have to go through, wait lists. Literally, like, there are no spaces available. And I have to wait until there are. But it's going to happen. I don't want to show too much emotions on stream. I'm feeling... I don't want to bring this to a negative place on stream. I'm just... Oh, God. Sometimes I don't know if I'm just coping or not, you know? Like, it feels like I'm just trying to gaslight myself into thinking my life is going to get better, but it is. It's true. It's not gaslighting. It's not coping. It's not wishful thinking. I have literally connected myself with resources that I need, and they are working in the background, and I need to learn how to just stand by, because things will improve. And I need to trust that and not give up. Because I've worked too hard to get here. I don't want to give up. So many people give up. The whole world is on fire. And it's so easy to just give into that darkness. And just, give up all hope. And I'm one of the few people that is going to keep standing. Regardless. Yeah, I hope so, Servy. Yeah, I don't know. I just, I really try to not bring this stuff up on stream. It comes up a lot because it's all I have. It's my only reality right now. You get paid today? Well, that's good. Yeah, I don't get paid until like towards the end of the month. I'm actually kind of not doing too well financially right now, but I'll be okay. I have some money coming in. Yeah, I just sometimes I don't even know like what's going on. Like I'm just sitting here coping, but I know that that's not what's going on. It's not literally just me hoping that my life is going to get better. I have actively engaged to receive help. And it's like, obviously, yeah, there's a lot of people out there that they literally have nothing going on and they're live streaming to like YouTube or Twitch and they think that they're gonna get rich off of live streaming. Okay, at least I'm not like one of those people. Okay, like I am literally showing up to stream because this is what I do. And like I'm the kind of person who I'm showing up specifically because I need it. Because I have nothing else reassuring me. But it's a sense of continuity. It's a sense of like agency. I have the ability to show up on camera and do something. And it may not result in any direct results, but it's showing me that I have the ability to show up and do something. And that sometimes is the most important thing you can do. Your boss is spying? Stop spying on Marty Jr. Stop it. Rebecca says so. Stop it. Stop spying on Marty. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna see you later. I've been on for almost 4 hours now. I think it's time to go. I need to take a break. See you, chat. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, people on the internet. No, I don't take progesterone. I just take estrogen. Yeah, I don't think progesterone would be good for me. It's also not really linked. Progesterone only happens when women get pregnant. Really. Unless you have a very specific need for it. The research does not really back it up for needing to take progesterone regularly. It's only released during pregnancy, and it has some huge side effects, and I'm like diabetic. It has some negative side effects, and it doesn't really have any benefits. It might have there might be some benefits. I'm glad it works for you, Derby, but I don't, my doctors didn't really think that it would be beneficial, and I don't think it would be beneficial, so why would I force myself to do something that both I don't really think will be beneficial and my doctors don't think it's going to be beneficial? I just no, I have been transitioning for 6 years and I got transgender surgeries. Okay, are you an alien? Well, if I was an alien, would you believe me? What if I don't want you to think I'm an alien? Yeah, no, no, I have my medical care locked in. I've been actively extremely involved in order to get my surgeries to happen. Yeah, I'm a trans woman. I've had vaginoplasty and facial surgery. So there's more to it than that, but basically I don't know why people seem to think that they just throw hormones at you and that you just, that's it. No, it's a multiple, intricately involved process. You have no idea. Oh, well, congratulations, Serby. For me, I don't think progesterone aligns with my goals. Progesterone hasn't really been proven to do anything except for give people um, emotional reactions that might be beneficial, but I don't really think, I don't think that aligns with my needs. It's a pregnancy hormone. It doesn't really align with long-term female biology. So, estrogen is just like a long-term thing. And I just take estrogen, and I got surgery. So I don't create testosterone that much anymore. Well, the bare minimum that everybody creates, in the pineal gland or whatever. And the thyroid, I don't even know all the time. Like, I'm just kind of like, my brain's not working. Yeah, I don't think it would be beneficial for me. There's no real long-term effects. The only effects that happen is it kind of creates water retention, which can cause like heart problems and blood pressure problems. It has water retention. It might give the appearance of larger breasts, but it's also like that's just water retention. And as soon as you stop taking progesterone, that goes away. It's not actual breast tissue. There's no link between progesterone and any kind of long-term feminizing effects. It's all like short-term, as long as you're taking it. And it also introduces medical complications. There's a lot of research on it. And I've looked into it, and I discussed with my doctor about it early on, and we just kind of decided monoestradiol was the way. Because I didn't even take anti-androgens. I took estrogen only, and then about like 2 years or 2.5 years in, I had orchiectomy, and then that was like in 2022. I had facial surgery in 2023, and then I had vaginoplasty in 2024, and then now I'm all done with surgeries. Yeah, I'm a trans woman, so I transitioned from male to female. You don't really know about all this, but how did you actually come up with... I knew when I was like 18. I'm 38 now. I didn't start transitioning until I was 31. Evidence kind of just piled up. Like, and then it got too hard to ignore. And then I did go back in the closet, and my life kind of took a turn for the worst for a while. Until I was 31, I had a complete mental breakdown, and I finally said I needed to man up. Ironically, I needed to take responsibility, and that this wasn't going to go away just because I wished it to. And now that I look tired, Jesus Christ. Well, I'm in long-term stress from my living situation and advocacy fatigue. So if I look tired, it's because I am tired. I'm barely keeping myself together every day, and I'm still showing up anyway. You're the man. Well, I'm not a man, but it was really like a long-term process of kind of like asking, like, would I be the real question isn't whether you're a man or a woman. This is kind of what I learned. The real question is, would transitioning medically make your life easier to live? Not easier, but like, would you be happier and more aligned? I guess happier is also like kind of a weird term. Would you feel more aligned with who you are? That would be more likely for you to be happy and fulfilled and live a healthy life if you transitioned. And if you need medical transition, would medically transitioning, would getting surgeries make your life more aligned with who you are? That's the real question, because that's the only thing that really matters. Because gender identity in a vacuum, well, you could have a gender identity but never share it with people. But if you want to live your life as your gender without hiding it and you feel like your life would be improved by aligning your physical form more with what that's expected to look like. That's why I took hormones. I know it's not always obvious. I wear like kind of blocky clothes and stuff, but like I got a very like female body. It sometimes like really hard for people to tell. Like I got a really female body. Okay, like you have no idea, or maybe you do. Camera angles and lighting is a completely separate problem. I have a hard time with camera and lighting, but again, that comes back to this living situation. When I have my own environment with more space, I can create more depth. I can create more light. Like, this is like barely any depth. This is like the best I can come up with in this situation. And so it's like, that's a completely separate problem. Like, gross. Gay and a trans person? Okay, first of all, saying a trans, like, no, a trans person. Okay, like, I know what you mean though. Both like men. I mean, this is like, there are lesbians that exist, right? And I'm not even just talking about trans people. Like, there are people who are women who are not attracted to men. Now, I'm pansexual. I'm attracted to anybody that I'm attracted to, whether they're man or woman, or non-binary. Like, I'm not, or trans, or not. Like, I'm attracted to what I'm attracted to. But that's separate from gender. Like, you are your gender, and you might be a straight man, you might be a gay man, you might be asexual. You know, you might be asexual by choice. You might be asexual because you just don't feel that way. Some people are asexual by choice. They're celibate because of religious reasons. That's perfectly fine. Like, that's perfectly fine. And I just think that, like, I'm a Panasonic? Yeah. I don't understand why people seem to think that being trans has anything to do with your sexuality. Like, it does, but only, like, by proxy. Because whether you're a man or a woman or non-binary, that does affect how you relate to the world, which may include, and it does include, your sexuality. And I feel more aligned with my sexuality after I became more aligned with my gender. After transitioning, after getting surgery, I feel comfortable in my body, which means I have a better understanding of what I like and what I don't like. So, in a way, I was able to actually accept my sexuality the closer I got to my alignment with gender. And so people seem to think that being trans equals gay. Like, oh, you're just a femboy. Why don't you just be a man who's gay? Or like, no, that's something completely different. There are men who are most certainly men. They're most certainly, like, masculine. Some men are also very feminine, but they're still men. Like, they're femboys. And that's fine. But being feminine doesn't make you gay or straight. Being feminine just makes you feminine. You could be a feminine male, or you can be a feminine female, or you can be a feminine non-binary person. Like, that, your body type, the way you look, it is affected by hormones and stuff, but that's separate from gender. The real question, hey Fonzie, yo, hey, like, that's what I said. Like, the real question is, gender identity is a separate thing than what you're gonna do about it to change your body. Those are two different things. They're very interconnected, obviously. Trans people, for the most part, take hormones, possibly get surgeries. I'm one of those people. I had estrogen therapy for the past 6 years. I've maybe 6.5 years. September of 2019. I've gotten surgery as of 2 years ago. I had a vaginoplasty, so I have a vagina now. 2 years ago, I changed my face to be more female. But those things are fundamentally separate than how I feel as an individual internally. because I could have gotten all these things and still identify as male. I know that's like sounds like a little weird for some people, but if you really think about it, if you're a guy and you know you're a guy, but suddenly you woke up and you had a vagina and your body, like you had breasts, you had a female body, like an hourglass figure, right? Would you suddenly identify as female? Or would you just be a guy in a woman's body? Because I think this is why a lot of people have a hard time understanding what trans people are, is because they assume, they put themselves in the situation. I think this is the root of the problem. I feel like people, they judge trans people not by who they are, but by who they would be if they were in my situation. Because if you, as a male, cisgender male, were to undergo hormone therapy and get surgeries, it would misalign with who you are because you're a dude. You don't want to look the way I do. And if you did, that also doesn't make you female. Like the surgeries I got, the estrogen, that doesn't make me female. It just made me feel more comfortable in my body. It made things a lot smoother for me. It made me closer aligned to how I want to present myself. I want to present as somebody who is anatomically female. More and more. And the clothes, and I've been pretty successful. And I think people have a hard time with it because they think every single person is either you have to look like an absolute perfect supermodel at all times, even when you're not even trying, in order to be female. But that's a different problem. That's because these kind of guys, they hold all women to that standard, which is kind of confirming of my gender, to be honest. If I was a man, they would not care what like any iota how I would look. I could look absolutely insanely like unput together. I could be bald. I could be fat. They would still see me as a male. But because I'm female, they're holding me up to like an insane high standard. It's actually more confirming that I'm female than anything else. That these men think of me as a male just because they're holding me to such a high standard. You think all women have to look based on your individual opinion of what women should look like? Like people don't stop being women just because they don't fit your standard. Like, just like men don't stop being men just because they don't fit your standard. Oh, you're not a real man because you don't go to the gym. You're not a real man because you shaved your beard. You're not a real man because you have long hair. Shave your head. You need a masculine head. Like, do you understand like where how deep this goes? Jewish people are pretty awesome. I mean, interestingly enough, my name is Rebecca. I don't consider myself Jewish though. I love Jewish people. Like, there's like a culture about it. Like, just connectivity, like with family and with community and like rituals of like, you know, coming of age. And like, yeah, there is some like kind of, you know, there's always cultural problems. I've met Jewish people who have kind of separated from like their family and stuff like that. But all, you know, like, because people are complicated and people are individuals. Not all Jewish people are the same. But there is like, I feel like there's more acceptance of trans people, at least in certain parts of Jewish culture. There are literally like 6 different definitions of gender, at least in traditional Jewish culture. So come from background where the gender isn't a thing, anything, I should know more of it. Oh, what? You know, like, here's the thing also about like pronouns. Not every language even has gendered like pronouns. Like, it's in English, or like most of the world, like a lot of world languages have gendered pronouns. A lot of some languages don't have any kind of gendered language. It is literally just that thing, that thing, that thing. Like, there are languages that don't have these concepts because it's not really important. Like, we're just people. You know, you have certain anatomical features, but those don't like really define your entire identity. And I think it's kind of weird that people define themselves based on their appearance. Like, yeah, I feel more aligned in my body after transitioning, after getting surgeries, but that's kind of more of a personal endeavor. Like, I don't know why people need me to be a certain way. And I think I'm pretty goddamn attractive. Like, I'm a model. And I've always been a model. I just didn't know it. When I was a man, when I presented as male, and when I did identify as male for like a portion of my life, people told me I was extremely attractive. People told me I should be a model. When I started transitioning, people told me I should be a model. People see me as just like some pretty girl. Now, it doesn't mean I always look pretty. No one always looks good. Like, what the fuck? And I certainly don't always look good on stream. In fact, a lot of the times I just show up to my stream extremely disheveled. I try my best to kind of present myself, like I brush my hair, like, or something. But like, honestly, like, I'm not trying to impress you guys. I'm trying to just show up, and being authentic. That's kind of what I'm trying to do here. I'm not really trying to make content here right now. Now, when I do make content, I do try to, I need to show up in order to get to that point. I need to level up. Like, I need to be able to show up consistently before I can start optimizing. I think people optimize on things too early. I think when you try to optimize, you end up risking burnout, because what happens is you end up like trying too hard to put all your energy in things when you haven't even created a baseline. Like, if you can't show up like several days a week and consistently, then why are you trying to optimize your content? Like, if I can't even show up and stream in the first place, how am I supposed to show up and optimize to make insanely good content, do perfect lighting, perfect makeup, perfect everything? Like, I'm not wearing makeup because I don't feel the energy for that. Because right now showing up is almost impossible, and I do it anyway. Because what alternative do I have? I don't want to give up on myself. I don't want to give up on life. I'm here, aren't I? I'm alive. I'm holding myself together pretty goddamn well. Consider it. All the things. Yeah. Good night, Serby. Thanks for joining. Sorry if I missed your message in time, but yeah, so I don't know. I think it's like the root of the problem with transphobia, and not necessarily just transphobia, but like when people just generally don't understand what trans people go through, or even fundamentally what it means. It's because they're putting themselves into the situation. If you suddenly woke up, you're a dude, you woke up and you didn't have a dick anymore, you would freak the fuck out. Because it doesn't align with who you are. Because you go to the gym, you try to make yourself more masculine. If suddenly you woke up and all of that was flipped, and you were female, you had like breasts, you had like a female figure, like you had like female hair, like a more what people can socially consider to be more female, because some women shave their head, but that's not generally considered like a feminine hairstyle. Yeah, things are changing a little bit. People are kind of opening up a little bit about like gender expression for like feminine expression, but when people think of female, there's certain archetypes and stereotypes or whatever that people kind of think that's female, that's male, like obviously. But I think the lines are kind of like loosening up for both sides. Like, men are allowed to like paint their nails. Men are allowed to express themselves however they want. Men can wear dresses. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But when people say a man in a dress, you can like our society tells us that when we see a man in a dress, that it's a man in a dress. And then that's a little bit shocking because most men don't do that. So that's like a social expectation. But if you're a guy and you identify as a male and you put on a dress, it doesn't suddenly make you transgender. Like, that's not how it works. Transgender identity is not about what you do. It's about who you are internally. And the real question is, now that I know my gender identity, do I undergo medical treatment and surgeries? Those are the real questions that you need to ask yourself. And most people don't even get to that point because they're not transgender. But once you understand that you are transgender, that's the reality. And you can't understand it because you've never been here. That's the fundamental difference, that people who are cisgender, that's what's leading them towards these sometimes very misinformed, very knee-jerk reaction type of opinions. And I don't think it makes them bad people. I don't think it's transphobic. But I think the reason why they get to these points is because there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what is happening to us, because they will never go through it. So how are they supposed to understand? Why would we expect them to? I don't expect cisgender people to understand it. And I think the difference then is like, well, there is a difference, but can we get along? I think that's the real question. Like, I will never know what it's like to be black, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to not include black people in my life. It doesn't mean that I'm going to disrespect black people. I'm going to have different opinions just like anybody else. And sometimes it's hard to differentiate whether it's because, like, I might have like biases for being white, but I try not to think about it. I try to just treat people as people. And I try to understand that, you know, somebody coming from a different background, it's going to influence their personality. It's going to influence who they are. And so when people say, oh, I respect that you're trans, but don't shove it down my throat. Well, people have said that to black people too. Oh, I respect that you're black, but why do you make it political? It's like, well, because maybe that's not for you to decide. Maybe it's for the individual to decide based on their own reality. I don't know what it's like to be black, so why should I tell a black person how to interact with the world? Like, if somebody's angry about political stuff and they're black, I'm going to probably just assume that it's because maybe they're impacted by it. Just maybe. Just like when a trans person has some issues, for some reason people seem to think that we should just stop crying. We should just stop fighting. We should just stop trying to make the world a better place. Like, the only thing I can do, realistically, is show up, do my thing, make content, be the best version of myself I can. I am a girl. And I showed up to draw today. And we drew whatever this is. Okay, and a little cat, apparently, like, I guess a cat. And we did some figure studies, like skeletal studies of like humanoid figure. So we did a lot today. Well, I did a lot. I don't know about you guys. Like, I did a lot for my drawing journey today. I showed up. You have pretty eyes. Well, thank you, Arunanon. Next Olympics will be, they're changing involvement. Yeah, I'm not a scientist or involved in the Olympics, so I can't really speak on that. Is that anatomy? No, I think I did a little bit of anatomy, like trying to understand how to build the body around the skeletal structure, but mainly I was working on like the skeletal structure. And I was trying to see, like, do a little bit of like, okay, well, how does the muscle work around that and stuff like that. So you made that without doing any references? Oh, well, I do have my mind as a reference, and I'm autistic, and I have a pretty good understanding of spatial relationship things. However, I do need to do more drawing from reference. Jonah Hill from Superbad? See, some men are very androgynous. Right? it doesn't make them women. Just because a man is more feminine. This is what the fundamental misunderstanding. The way you look does not determine your identity. It is just literally physical reality. And you can change the physical reality. You can take hormones. You can get surgeries. But, you know, the only reason we do that is because we feel like it'll align more with who we are. Not that we're not changing who we are through the surgeries. We're changing our body to align with what already is, and then it becomes more meaningful. Because now I feel it's like a synergy, right? When you don't feel aligned with who you are and with your body, you feel miserable. Anybody does. Like if you feel out of shape and you feel like you need to go to the gym, and then you start working out regularly, and over time you get a better figure, whatever that, like either a masculine or a female figure, it doesn't matter. You start going to the gym and you achieve your body goals. You start looking like who you wanted to be, the person that you know you are. You're somebody who is healthy. You're somebody who goes to the gym. And then you go to the gym and you make that a reality. You start feeling better. That's what people mean when they say start going to the gym. It's not because going to the gym automatically makes your life better. It's because if you are the type of person who wants a better body, you want a healthy body, you want to have more energy, you're respecting yourself enough to take action by going to the gym. And then because you respect yourself, you start feeling better. Because you take the physical action of going to the gym and it aligns with who you are, you feel better. That's like, I think like that's probably the best way to describe the trans experience, because a lot of people understand what it's like to go to the gym. Maybe not everybody. But that's why a lot of people benefit from working out. Because it does a body good, but on its own it does, even if you don't really, even if you just do it on its own, it still has benefits. That's what's good about exercising. However, it's the root mental, like psychological reason why you feel more aligned is because you feel more aligned with who you are as a person, and you're not just crying about it. You're not just saying you wish you had a better body. You did something about it and you respect yourself because you did. You can look in the mirror and say, I am somebody who went to the gym. I am somebody who, instead of just wishing that I had a better body, I did something about it. And you look in the mirror, you see the results, and you love who you are. That's why going to the gym helps. And that's what it means to, that's the same exact feeling that transgender people have. We look in the mirror and we say, I did something about it. I got on hormones. I got surgery. Like I take care of my body. I did something about it. That's why transgender people feel so much better. And I feel like everyone can understand this if they just opened up their mind, like for a split second, to give us a little bit of credit and relate to it just a little bit. Like you went to, like going to the gym. Most people understand what it's like when you start to see results from going to the gym. That's what it means. That's what it feels like for a transgender person to have gender affirming care. But you don't understand it because you are not trans. You would if you were trans, but you're not. And that's okay. I wouldn't force people to feel this way. But I would hope that people would like, yeah, I mean, it is self-acceptance. Like, this is what people don't understand. I accepted that I am trans and I did something about it. If you're not trans, you don't have to accept that you're trans because you aren't. There's a fundamental misunderstanding that people think that you're somehow changing your gender. You're not. You're aligning your body with who you already are. And by ignoring it, you're denying your entire existence, and you can't respect yourself when you deny who you are. And when you refuse to do anything about it. It's like when people just reach for that bag of potato chips and play video games for 12 hours a day, and they look down at their gut and they look down at their body, they can barely even bend down to pick something up off the ground. And then you look in the mirror and you see a fat slob and you feel miserable. That's what it feels like to be trans. I'm not going to accept that. Just like I don't think that that person who is clearly not aligned with who they are, when you look down at your body and you see a fat gut and you feel miserable, you hate yourself, you hate the way you look, you say, oh, I wish I wasn't such a slob. I wish I like, obviously if you don't care, then you don't care, but you have to be honest with yourself. Like, clearly you care if you're constantly complaining about it. If you're constantly like, oh, I wish my life was better. All I do is smoke weed and play video games and eat Taco Bell or Burger King or some shit. Well, clearly it's on your mind and clearly you don't like it. Are you just going to continue to do it, or are you going to respect yourself and go to the gym and start working out? It's not a level of self-acceptance, or in a way it is, because if you're not willing to accept being a fat slob and you don't go to the gym to do something about it, then how are you supposed to look at yourself in the mirror and respect yourself? Like, obviously self-acceptance is really important, but you should respect also that you are wanting a better reality. You want to be somebody who goes to the gym. You want to lose weight. You want to build muscle. You know, like, you want to be strong. You want to be healthy. You want to feel healthy. You want to have energy again. You don't want to like you don't want to run out of breath just from climbing a few flights of stairs. But if you don't do anything about it, then how are you supposed to look at in the mirror and respect yourself? Yeah, most of us who are trans wish we weren't. It's hard, Jess. Like, you get it. If I was just cisgender and I wouldn't have had to go through all these surgeries, my life would have been a lot easier. But I looked at reality and I said, this is not going to change. I need to do something about it. I didn't technically need to get surgeries. I would have been perfectly accepted the way I was. I didn't accept myself though. I looked at my body in the mirror and I said, this is not who I am. And I wish people would just respect that, because they understand it more than they realize. You really never got why? I mean, it's not that deep. I think like people are complicating it. It's not that deep, bro. It's the exact same feeling that people get when they look down at their body and they're out of shape. It's the exact same feeling. Are you going to do something about it, or are you going to just give up? Because that's the question you got to ask. If you're okay with yourself for the way you look or for how unhealthy you are, nobody should force you to be someone you're not. But if you want to make a change and you can't, and you don't, like, no amount of therapy is, I mean, you could go to like years and years and years of therapy to learn how to accept yourself for being fat, or, you know, being out of shape, like, you know, looking like shit because you look in the mirror and you hate yourself. You could just go to years of therapy to struggle to just accept yourself. Or you could go to the goddamn gym and achieve results in like several months of just deliberate work over time. And then you can focus on different issues. Like, maybe there is an underlying issue with why you felt miserable, but you could just take action on it, go to the gym, and then at least you solve that one problem. And then after you solve that problem, now you have more energy to focus on deeper problems. Instead of just saying, oh, I need to learn how to accept myself. I really, should just accept that I eat potato chips and play video games for 12 hours a day and don't do anything with my life and smoke weed and do all sorts of shit not to improve my life in any way whatsoever. I should really just learn how to accept that. No, don't fucking accept that. Are you telling me that you're willing to accept being a miserable slob? Like, it's okay if you are, but I don't think that's true. Are you telling me that, are you telling me that you would rather spend years and years and years in therapy trying to resolve a problem that could just easily be fixed by going to the gym? It's hard, but it's simple. You just go to the gym, you eat healthy, and you solve that problem, that particular problem. It doesn't solve all your problems. So obviously going to the gym is not going to fix your marriage. It might give you but it gives you the clarity in your life. Now that you respect yourself, now that you're taking care of your body, you solve that problem. Now you don't have that clouding all your judgment. Now you can actually focus on your marriage. You can focus on your career. Because now you don't have that weight, literally and also figuratively. If you weigh 400 pounds, how are you supposed to work on your marriage? How are you supposed to work on your career? You're so focused on the fact that you're out of shape. Fix that problem by going to the gym. Now you can suddenly work on all these other problems. And it happens over time too. It doesn't happen at a certain time you lose a certain amount of weight. Now you can solve all your problems. No, it's it happens slowly. It integrates into your reality. As you go to the gym, you become somebody who is healthy over time. It is a transition. You're somebody who is 400 pounds, eating unhealthy, not getting any exercise, and you're slowly but surely transitioning into a person who respects themselves, into a person who is healthy, who eats healthy, who exercises. You're becoming a new person. You're becoming a person that aligns with who you were meant to be. And as soon as you get more aligned, things slowly start making sense in your life. You're like, oh, my relationships are messed up because I wasn't respecting myself, and it came across in all my actions. You could have just gone to therapy about it. Why don't you just go to therapy and accept yourself? No, you could do that and spend your whole life going to therapy and trying to solve a problem that can just literally be fixed by going to the gym. And then now you can go to therapy and you can bring these other more important problems that are not so easy to solve, stuff like relationships, stuff like career goals. Those things are complicated. You can't fix those by just going to the gym. But you can fix your body by going to the gym. This is what it means to be trans. It's the same thing. That's what I'm trying to communicate. I know they won't fully ever understand the experience, Jessa, but I'm trying to communicate what transitioning is. Because people transition all the time. And that's a very relatable thing that I think a lot of people can understand. Most people know what it's like to not like their body and to want to do something about it. And then when they finally do something about it, suddenly their whole life opens up. They can focus that energy instead of hating their body for being out of shape because they solved that very specific problem. Yeah, it only goes so far, but it's a start. It's not a perfect analogy. Nothing ever is. But I feel like the gym analogy is perfect to get that started. Because people understand the trans experience more than they realize. Because it's a human experience. Humans transition. But it's a very specific transition that they will not understand because they don't experience it. But most people have at some point been out of shape. And then you did something about it. You started walking and running or riding your bike or going to the gym. You did something about it and you felt better. Now replace going to the gym, which obviously I'm not going to stop working out just because I transition. This is a very different problem. I could have just spent my whole life trying to accept myself for who I was without transitioning, but I was not going anywhere. I was miserable. I hated myself. I was not even in the mindset to go to therapy. I only started going to therapy when I accepted that I needed to transition. My life improved when I actually started doing this. Yeah, or dieting. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's related. Like you become somebody who eats unhealthy to somebody who eats healthy. It's not happening overnight. You gradually transition into becoming that person by going to the gym multiple days a week, by eating healthy, eating carrots instead of Cheetos, right? Like I might eat like crackers. I don't eat them all the time, but like I might eat crackers and stuff and there's like some gum on it stuck. I might eat crackers, but that's because I'm diabetic and sometimes I need like some carbs. Like, you know, it's actually recommended to eat crackers if you're low blood sugar, but it's not so low that I'm like, I obviously have like orange juice or bananas or oranges or something. If I'm like extreme, or glucose tablets, even if I'm extremely low blood sugar, because my body doesn't have a healthy pancreas that makes insulin and adjusts it in real time. That's what a healthy pancreas does. Instead, I have to inject insulin. And sometimes your body does fluctuate every day and it needs different insulin at different times. But because I'm injecting it, it's a constant flow. And sometimes it's too little, sometimes it's too much. Now, in general, I have things pretty locked in and I can pretty much just take the same amount of insulin. I have a very hard time recently, and I need to get back into this. I only take my basal insulin. That means I'm running a little high sometimes, but I also run really low in the mornings. But I need to be taking a fast-acting insulin several times a day to bring it down after like meals. But I'm afraid to, because I need to focus more on, you know, just staying regulated. And taking that much insulin can make me go up and down a lot. And that makes me very dysregulated. Not like being fit is someone's true self. No, I mean, it is though. If you're somebody who wants to be healthy, it's not about like how you look. It's about you are the person who respects yourself enough to do something about it. That's the core self. You are somebody who takes action. That is the identity. Just like I, as a trans woman, respect myself because I took estrogen and because I got my surgeries. That's the fundamental shift in identity, that it aligns because I refused to stop taking, I refused to accept it. And instead of just complaining about it and feeling miserable, I took action and it worked. So like the fundamental transition is that you're transitioning from someone who doesn't respect yourself to somebody who respects themselves. That is the fundamental transition. And that's an identity most people can understand. Like going to the gym, being healthy, that is the identity. It's going to fluctuate. You're not always going to be able to go to the gym. Like health, sometimes fluctuates, and that's normal. But so if you base your identity on outcomes, this is another thing that trans people can fall into a trap, just like gym people. If you base your happiness and your identity based on results, well, what happens when you lose those results? Like if you go to the gym and you define your identity as somebody who goes to the gym, well, what happens if you get you break your leg or something, or you have an injury and now you can't go to the gym as often? Are you going to say that, like, if your identity is linked to the results that the gym gives you, you're going to feel a huge misalignment? But if you identify with, I took action and I respect myself because I am a person who takes action, that is something that's not going to change. It's going to fluctuate, but the results are going to fluctuate, but the core identity has not changed. You are somebody who did something about it. You're doing the physical the physical training that, your surgeon recovery. I mean, your injury recovery team. Your physical therapist at the hospital. You're doing those. You're following the doctor's orders. You're still somebody who takes action like that. The identity doesn't change. Like I hope that makes sense. Dark freak man under my bed. Under your bed? Are you a freak living under my bed? Keep talking nonsense. Bye. What the fuck are you? I'm a woman. She, her. Why do you look so gross? What the fuck? Why do I look unhealthy? It's because I'm barely holding myself together. I'm in a miserable living situation. I'm holding myself together though, the best I can, while I get through these dark times of my life. Yeah, the fundamental misunderstanding is that some people, for some reason, people can't understand. People say things like, we're taking advice from someone who is confused about their identity and can't accept their identity. I have accepted my identity. I am a woman. I am transgender. By transitioning, I respected myself enough to do something about it. Yeah, I'm still alive. I may not be the healthiest, but I'm doing my best. It's water. I'm doing my best. I'm getting a pretty, not getting as much exercise as I want, but as I would like, but I am like getting around, you know, like I'm doing like step up exercises. I sometimes ride my bike. I need to ride my bike more. I might ride my bike today. I don't know. I'll see. That's for off stream Rebecca to figure out. Not on stream Rebecca. Anyway, I said I was gonna end the stream, so we talked for like an extra hour. See you guys.